6 o'clock.
Would like to welcome everyone to the New Bern Board of Aldermen meeting. At this time, the prayer tonight will be given by Alderman Sabrina Bengel.
Thank you, Mayor. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for the day. We thank you for the many blessings we have received. Lord, we ask that you be with this board present here tonight. Give us the wisdom and discernment that can only come from you, Lord. Be with us, and may our words and our thoughts be pleasing to you. And Lord, be with all those citizens and all their needs, and carry them through as we go through the next days and weeks. And I ask this all in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. Would you join me in the pledge of allegiance to the flag of our country? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Alderman Bengel. Here. Alderwoman Harris.
Present.
Alderman Astor.
Here.
Mayor Outlaw.
Here.
Alderman Kinsey.
Here.
Alderman Best.
Present.
Alderman Odom.
Here.
Okay. Is the board good with the agenda? Any changes before we get going? At this time, we do have requests and petitions of citizens. At this time, if there are specific items that individuals want to come up and talk about, you have 4 minutes to do that. Any and all items, if you're talking about the same thing and you hear the comments made by somebody, please try to be concise, succinct, and because there's probably going to be quite a few speakers, if you would limit your comments if you hear them already said. At this time, we'll start out with requests and petitions of citizens.
Again, Mayor, I was just wondering if it would be easier if we would group the people that are here to speak on item number 11 and the MOU.
They can't hear you, so make sure that mic's hot.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it is. Mayor, it might be easier if in reference to item number 11, that anyone that is here to speak on that issue tonight, if we could group that together and either look and have that at the time of the discussion so we can do a presentation, so that our city attorney can do the presentation.
Okay.
And maybe give some information prior to people speak.
Right.
And at this point now, just let people who want to speak on other items.
Okay.
Totally, I'm just putting this to the board up for
Well,
your
let me
discussion.
ask you this question to see if this spurs things along. If we moved item 11 up and staff made staff comments concerning item number 11 and made sure everybody in the audience knows what we're talking about specifically, that some of their comments might change a little bit depending on what they're hearing in Facebook land or other areas they're getting information. We want, part of what we're going to do tonight on number 11 is we're going to give the public an earlier opportunity to know of opportunities for the city of New Bern. Bit of a digression here. In this city, when I was in high school and I turned 16 and got a job at Ipox Red and White, which is now Biblical House of God, Pauline Bryant. One thing I remember there is this gentleman used to come in. I worked in the afternoons after high school. And when he would come in, I worked in Guy DeCamp's produce department. And when folks would come in, you got to know him. And this guy was probably in his 30s, and I was just turned 16. And him and the family, they would come in, and we finally got to know each other enough. I said, well, what kind of work do you do? He said, I'm a welder. I said, well, do you work at Barber Boats, or do you work at New Bern Shipyard? Because that's where they work, because Weyerhaeuser wasn't even up and running yet. He said, no, I actually work in Delaware. And this is the way a lot of folks growing up saw New Bern, and I still see it, is that gentleman, he told me that he left New Bern about 12 o'clock on Sunday and drove to Delaware so he could make a good living, because he couldn't make it in New Bern because there weren't Weyerhaeuser here yet, and there weren't a lot of other things. And I'm not just trying to say that to win anybody over tonight. I'm trying to tell you that the item number 11 we discussed tonight, it's not always been what you see here in New Bern, and it's changed a lot in New Bern. because of the urban renewal down in the redevelopment commission area, which just like what we're going to talk about tonight, there were a lot of upset people about a lot of buildings that got demolished. One of them in particular that didn't was the Harvey Mansion. But I sat there on Middle Street talking with Mr. Maxwell while the executive director, Bill Edwards, was trying to explain this was for the better good. And what you have in downtown New Bern today is a result of a lot of hurt feelings and a lot of unknown. And so tonight, part of that process, we're going to start this thing under petitions of citizens, if it pleases the board, by moving it up so that you don't have to wait through an hour's worth of other items 1 through 10. And is the board, could I have a motion on that?
I'd like to make a motion, sir, that we allow public comments that do not concern item number 11 to come to the podium now. After they are completed, I would ask that we move item number 11 up after the consent agenda, and public comment associated to that item at that time.
Okay. You have a second?
Does that make sense?
Discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
The only thing I'm concerned about is some people come to just speak their piece at Petition of Citizen and then they leave. So we don't know if anyone that's speaking on this particular
That's what I'm saying,
situation.
doing it at the same time we're talking
But
about.
after the presentation, do we know how long the presentation is going to take?
However,
Well, I don't think it's going to be a real long presentation, if any at all. So if having said that, if staff could keep their remarks brief, what we are trying to do, like happens in a lot of these meetings, and people have to wait an hour, hour and a half, we're trying to make sure that we know what the
speak on the
residents are here
earlier.
for. So did you second that? Okay. Did we have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, the same. So at this time, the petition we have that is not associated with item number 11, Barbara Sampson, if you'd like to come forward. James Woods, are you on the thing, James? Okay, well, I'll get you in just a minute. And Ed Vargas, I believe, Ed.
All right.
Hey, Barbara.
All right, good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Barbara, could you give us your address and for the record?
Okay, my name is Barbara Sampson. My address is Pleasant Hill, 480 North Carolina Highway 55, Pleasant Hill. And I want to give honors to God and to my mother, Dr. Reverend Ethel Sampson, and my late father, Johnny Sampson, the County Commissioner, Johnny Sampson Jr. I'm here to speak to keep their dream and their vision alive. I was saying that I wasn't going to come here anymore because you guys broke my spirit with staying white, because a lot of us spoke against it, but you still went against what we spoke against. But then I realized that's just a battle we lost. The war's not over. But so now I move on to now I see where at Union Point you are starting to try to add some more things to that, some more places, and letting people buy certain areas. So then I started thinking that this could be part of our diversity plan. We make sure we get somebody that's underprivileged or underserved to be in that area. Not just put things that's for us that's underserved in our area. We want to be out here where everybody can see us. And this would be a good time for you all to start doing it. And I want to become a voice for the voiceless. The ones that want to say it but don't know how to say it. And the ones that don't realize what's going on. And what made me stop thinking of all this, I was watching Channel 3, the government channel, where Barbara Best was interviewing the civil rights activists. She was there with Johnny Sampson, it was Alfred Barfield, it was Mary Banks, and it was Miss Grayson, and it was my mother. She was interviewing them, and I was saying, they sit here and fought that hard, and I just let one thing break my spirit. I said, no, I'm going to keep on fighting for the ones that's underserved. That's my job, and that's what I would do. I'm going to represent my father. Martin Luther King had a dream, but my father and my mother, they had a vision, and I'm going to keep on fighting for that vision they had. But I want you all to still keep in mind that we still talking about diversity. I'm the vice president of the People's Assembly, but I want y'all to keep thinking about that. Make sure we have somebody down there to represent us, the underserved. And then I want to talk about the metro thing that's competing against Southern Link. I don't mind them coming, but I don't want nobody to come and tell me, give me a notice that they coming into my yard. I would prefer to be asked, saying that I'm paying taxes and stuff. That's just my opinion now. I don't know how everybody else feels, but that's my opinion. And then if you want to come in my yard without asking and start digging up my yard, if that's the case, I would hope that you're going to help me pay my taxes or give me some free cable or something. Because, that's the way I feel about the situation. And I'm always going to speak out for what I feel is not right. Not what other people feel is not right, but what I feel is not right. But you're always going to keep seeing me coming down here because I'm always a fight. I'm going to keep fighting for my mother. I'm going to keep fighting for my father. I'm going to keep fighting for myself. To let people know we are not forgotten. We just want to be lost a battle. But now we're headed to the war. And thank you all.
Thank you,
Thank
Bob.
you. Real quick, since she did bring it up, I'm aware that you guys had that meeting on Monday in regards to the diversity. Do you want to give us an update on what transpired?
Or at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, this time, Edward Vargas.
My name is Edwin Vargas. I'm at 119 Randomwood Lane in New Bern, North Carolina. It seems to me that other counties, like Onslow County, have a ordinance for beggars and panhandlers. But New Bern has one also, Section 4610, Public Solicitation and Begging Regulated. I can't understand why the New Bern Police Department, in a lot of instances that I've seen, people begging and panhandling are not enforcing the law because it's a violation of GS 14.4. Any person who violates any of the revisions in this act, which it shall be unlawful for a person to solicit, beg, or ask for money or other things of value to exhibit on self for a purpose of soliciting, begging, or asking for money or other things of value to solicit or otherwise offer for sale of goods and services. Now, the elected officials that we have in the city, they need to understand that if they see a person begging for money, that they need to report it. It's a violation of the law. If a person wants to play an instrument in downtown Middle Street, have that establishment, have that person go inside that restaurant and play for them. Because there's an establishment, a coffee shop across the street from one, and I always see a person outside playing an instrument and getting money, which is in violation of this act. Nothing said. It's turned a blind eye. That's been going on for years. The law is the law, and nobody can be above the law if you're an elected official. So what I'm saying is the New Bern Police Department needs to step up their game. If they see people begging, not only downtown, but at Lowe's and other places, there are organizations in the city that can help them. You got RCS, you got religious services that can help them big time. You got Christian organizations that can help them. Those people should not be chastised because either for their own reason, they don't want to work. I don't want to give them money because it's just contributing to their drug habit and having other problems. I'm more than gladly to sit down a person at a restaurant and pay their meal, but most of the time they're going to refuse that because they want the money for other things. I just want the City of New Bern Police Department to uphold this Section 4610, Police Solicitation and Begging Regulated, to be enforced. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. James Woods.
Mr. Mayor, they're telling me that the meeting is not on South.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. Mr. Hughes, would you update everybody on that?
Yes, sir. The public information officer did let us know that the signal is currently being broadcast on City 3 TV. However, it is not being broadcast on the website or on Facebook due to an outage with Swaggit. They are currently working to try to get this corrected. The meeting is being recorded, And I don't know if Colleen has an update for us, but it is being recorded, so it will be shown in its entirety.
We've also been alerted that the Suddenlink signal has also gone down.
Yeah, that's what I was.
So what else? The Suddenlink, she said the Suddenlink link has gone down. Imagine that.
Good evening. My name is James Owens Jr., 1903 Country Club Road. I'm wearing black because I'm in mourning. I'm in mourning because last week, another young man that looked like me was killed in his home. He was killed in his home from a no-knock warrant. The police department went in his house, what I seen on video and what I've been told. They kicked the couch that he was laying on to wake him up. He was shot 10 seconds after they entered his home. I'm tired of being tired of young people being killed for no-knock warrants. I'm standing before my elected representatives to ask you, to beg you, please, if we have no-knock warrants in New Bern, we need to get rid of them. I am pro-police. I understand the police department. I understand their job. I get it. However, this warrant, the guy who was killed was not named on this warrant. So therefore, the police department's intel was wrong, the way I see it. I don't want us to be marching in the city of New Bern because it happened here. I am a proactive person. Please, we need to fix this problem. I'm glad Sheriff Hughes is here because my next move is to go to the county and ask them the same thing. Because we need to do something now. We don't need to wait till the problem happens. We need to handle this now, please. Because I don't want to be marching in the street, people thinking that I'm against the police department, because I'm not. However, we need to do better for our citizens, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Christina Meltzer.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Christina Meltzer. I am at Stony Branch Road, New Bern, North Carolina, 28562. I also have a business downtown in Middle Street. And I do have a few questions. I saw on Nextdoor that there is a purchase of the Elks building and possible Union Park. And I do have a few questions from the Nextdoor that I was thinking about is, have we thought about how this would impact traffic downtown?
Okay. I'm sorry, but I was thinking that you've got down here traffic.
Yeah, so
environment.
I wasn't specific because I ran
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
door and I...
Yes, ma'am. Could you wait just a second and we'll get right back with you in
Yes,
just a few
okay.
minutes? Thank
Sure,
you.
yeah, thank
We'll start right back. Mr. Davis, at this time, would you procedurally tell the public what we're doing tonight, what we could do in situations like this, but what we are doing, what a MOU is, how binding it is, how non-binding it is, procedurally. First step of the journey is 100 to 1,000 steps. Where would this be? What obstacles, hoops would there be before anything was built anywhere? So just walk through that for a few minutes.
Yes, Mayor, members of the board, you have before you tonight a Memorandum of Understanding. That's what we call an MOU.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on just a second. Let's make sure that mic is very hot so everybody can hear.
Colleen.
If anybody can't hear, let me know.
Colleen, is my mic?
Okay, Carl will be right with you here. Let's make sure that mic's hot.
Me.
Scott.
Me. You got me?
Yes, Peggy, we'll
Just speak into it.
Turn it up so they can
Yeah.
hear.
Lean
How about in the back of the room? Can y'all hear okay?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that now.
Okay.
We don't want anybody not to be able to hear.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, we'll start at the beginning. Mayor, members of the board, you have before you tonight a Memorandum of Understanding. That is what we call the MOU.
Get a little bit closer.
Yeah. A Memorandum of Understanding is a commitment to work together in good faith to develop a binding contract. I liken it to getting engaged. right? If you adopt this memorandum of understanding tonight, you will be engaged with a good faith commitment to work toward carrying out and moving forward with the items addressed in the MOU. Much like a couple might imagine their premarital agreement, you will move forward and work out the terms of your premarital agreement. If you can't do that, you stop and it's over, right? You have an obligation to move forward in good faith. In this particular MOU, it addresses 3 separate projects, 2 primary projects and 1 secondary project. The primary projects are the rehabilitation and development of the Elks Building. The second primary project is the corner of Craven and South Front Street that folks locally call the Talbot's Lot. The developer is interested in doing both of those projects at the same time. If they're going to mobilize and bring their forces to rehabilitate the Elks Building, it makes much more economic sense for them to do 2 projects rather than just 1. That's why I call those 2 the primary projects. The third project is a secondary project that may or may not ever happen for lots of reasons. I'm going to circle back to that. On the primary projects with respect to the Elks Building, we don't have a particular ask at this point. What the developer is asking for is a commitment to work towards and use city resources to identify grants, state, federal funds, anything we can do, incentives to help mitigate their costs. They have a preliminary budget of $25 million for that project. There are traffic issues, parking issues, off-site issues, infrastructure issues, many issues to untangle. What they are asking for is that the city work with them to identify those issues, and to the extent we can help them with resources, to do so. Those resources may include a period of tax abatement or tax contributions, where we take part of the increase in the future taxes and rebate that to them for a number of years to offset some of their costs, right? That is a very typical and traditional type of project, where from the local government's point of view, we look to the increase in the tax base, we look at the incremental revenue that's generated from that investment, and we share part of those increased taxes back with the developer to offset costs. Why would you do that? Under the law, you can only do that, and this is important, you can only do that under the law if you find as a board that the project increases the population, increases the job opportunities, increases the business opportunities in your city. So that's a finding that you will have to make at the very end of the process. The law does not let us give money to people because we like them or want them to succeed. It has to be a cost benefit where you determine, are the jobs and tax base and opportunities worth the incentive? The second project, the Talbot's Lot, is proposed to be a first-floor retail establishment with upper-level luxury apartments. The proposed budget for that, the preliminary budget, is $15 million. The ask on that project is, again, the same as the first. Work with them in good faith to identify grants, state, federal, local opportunities to mitigate their costs, but also to contribute the land as part of the incentive for that project. And those 2 together, the 2 primary projects, would be bundled as one package. To convey land as part of an economic development incentive, we have to get it appraised, we have to understand what it's worth, and we have to do the exact same math that we would do on an Elks Building project, where we have to verify that the value that we're contributing to that project results in increased jobs, increased tax base, increased business for our city. That's the big picture on those two primary projects. There's a million details we can discuss about both of those projects. The Talbot's Corner has a lot of issues. We have two transformers that sit on the northwest corner of that property. We know that there are some environmental issues on that property. So there's lots to work through as we work toward a development agreement if we go forward. One of the things I've heard in concerns is, why would you give away land to a person and then it turns out they decide not to build or won't move forward? Well, of course, we would never do that. These agreements have milestones and conditions that are built into them. So there's no version where we give someone a deed to our property and hope they do their best and hope that it works out, right? There are simple, objective milestones, financial guarantees, loans, performance bonds that must be in place before we take the step to make that commitment if you go forward. The secondary project that we refer to as the bathroom section of Union Point Park, that is the northern parcel that is north of the terminus of South Front Street. South Front Street is the main road into the park. We are talking about all the land to the left as you face the Trent River. There are plenty of obstacles with respect to the secondary project. The first practical obstacle is that the developer may not want to move forward in the future. If the first two primary projects are not successful, it would make no sense to move forward, right? So there is a practical obstacle to overcome. If and when that time comes, is it going to make sense for them? There are a number of legal obstacles to that project. We have, many years ago, received a grant to acquire that property. That property is restricted. It cannot be converted to any other use at this time. If there is going to be a conversion of that use, it has to go through a rigid process, starting with the state, ending up with the National Park Service, where you, as a board, would have to prove to the National Park Service that you have found and acquired a comparable public park to offset the loss of the space that you would be converting. That is not a small ask. There's a lot of steps into that one hurdle. So that may never come to pass. That project is an 18 to 24-month project. If we started tomorrow on that conversion process to just ask if it is possible, we may be 2 years away from getting an answer as to whether that's possible. We also have the practical problem of identifying and getting under contract a suitable piece of property that would meet or exceed the same conditions that exist on this parcel. Other practical obstacles that one would talk about in a development agreement. We talk about that parcel from South Front Street down to the waterfront. But there's not a version where we would release the public's rights along the waterfront. In my entire career, in fact, my entire lifetime, certainly my professional career, there has always been a vision to connect Lawson Creek Park all the way around the waterfront up the Neuse River. So if that project were to come to pass, it would be with an expectation and a legal reservation of that waterfront for a public purpose, so that river walk could be continued along the waterfront, around Comfort Suites, and over to the connection in front of Persimmons. So that would be a material issue that we would have to deal with. What does that mean? I don't know at this point what that river walk reservation might look like, but it's an issue that we would have to untangle if you were to move forward to make sure that we maintain that public connectivity and public access to the Neuse River behind this parcel. Other issues are restrooms. We have restrooms on that property. I would expect that you would want to find a way to maintain 24/7 access to public restrooms on that parcel. Parking is a major obstacle for that parcel. Lots to untangle with how would one deal with parking that's required for that development, parking that's required to use and access the park, the remaining park, parking to keep that traffic flowing safely. So we are calling that phase of this the secondary project because of all of the high hurdles. Which begs the question, why are we talking about that now when it's so hard? And the answer is, it's hard, and if it's ever going to happen, all that information needs to be processed now, and an effort to be made now, so that both parties can start thinking through that to see if it's even possible, given all the conditions that the city is going to want and all of the conditions that the developer may want. It's a big ask, it's a complicated ask, and it's going to take a long time to untangle, and it may never come to pass, but we'll never know until we start. That's why it is packaged as part of this.
Mayor, I have an extra question. Scott, can you kind of give some insight to the citizens as well on why they're probably just now hearing this information? Because, when we're in the process of looking for some sort of development or people come to us, we need to be privy to it first before we think that it's a good idea to move forward, just so that people understand that we're trying to do the best to be transparent.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
that we weren't trying to.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. And let me circle back to the mayor. One of the mayor's many questions he asked me originally. What is this process? The state statutes allow local governments to have economic development agreements. Generally, those agreements, those contracts, binding contracts, are negotiated in closed session. Why closed session? Because we're negotiating. As you as a board collaborate and think of your asks and your wants, we can't do that on TV in front of our negotiating partner, so we do it in a closed session so that we negotiate. Once we come to a meeting of the minds and we write that contract called an economic development agreement, the statute requires a public hearing, which we could have done, had a public hearing, after which, at the end of that hearing, you could have adopted that contract and we would be done. That is not what's happening here. There is no requirement whatsoever to do an MOU. An MOU is the most transparent way to go through this process. We had to start in closed sessions so that we could understand as a board what our wants were. It may well have been that we didn't want to talk about this at all, in which case there will be no more closed sessions and no MOU. But as you meet and talk through these issues, we come to a consensus that we are now at a step that we've dated for a while, and this is an opportunity to get engaged to see if we are suitable to be married someday. So this is what an MOU is for. This is the most transparent process. We are here in a live meeting, which is effectively a public hearing, none of which is required at all, but it's the best that you can do to be transparent in this process.
Mayor, I have a question. Scott, also, Mr. Davis, also, can you explain to the public that the New Bern Historic LLC has nothing to do with the New Bern Historical Society? Because I've gotten some phone calls and questions about that as well.
Yes, ma'am. That is the name of the LLC that the developer chose to take title to the Elks building. That is just the name of their private company that they will use to develop that building. Not associated with any city business, city commissions, boards, or anything.
Anybody else? Mr. Hughes, did you have a few comments or any presentations?
So we did want to show you some visuals of what we're talking about. If I could ask Colleen to pull those up, that way everyone has an idea of the properties in question.
Do we have an update on the feed on the meeting?
According to
Feed is
Colleen,
up on cable, we're still working on the others.
Okay.
so we'll go through and give you an idea. The Elks Temple building, this is located at 301 Middle Street. This is what New Bern Historic LLC purchased it the 1st of January. The Talbot lot, also located at the corner of South Front and Craven Street, is the grassy parcel that you see. That's the aerial overhead, and that's just under half an acre. Then you see a full aerial of Union Point Park. Now, Union Point Park is a little over 6 acres in total. The area that we're talking about for this is the northernmost section. Colleen, if you'll go to the next slide. This is the proposed area, and this is approximately 2 acres. And so as the city attorney mentioned, you see a blue line on the right-hand side which shows how the Riverwalk could extend up to go around the adjoining property. Okay. As the city attorney talked about, he talked about the scope of work for the projects and the estimated anticipated investment, but I want to go ahead and talk about the estimated ad valorem taxes for each of these projects and the jobs that the Kessler Group is referring to. So in the Elks project, anticipated investment is $25 million. The estimated annual ad valorem taxes would be approximately $120,550. Estimated annual MSD taxes would be approximately $34,375. The estimated number of jobs generated for the boutique hotel would be 70, with 7 executive positions with an average salary of $87,700, 4 manager positions with an average salary of $54,250, and 59 line staff workers with an average wage of $16 per hour. On the South Front and Craven property, like the attorney said, this would be retail first floor and upscale apartments above with an anticipated investment of $15 million. Estimated annual ad valorem taxes would be $72,330. Estimated annual MSD taxes would be $20,625. On the restroom parcel at Union Point Park, they are proposing a grand luxury hotel. Their anticipated investment would be $75 million. The estimated annual ad valorem taxes would be $361,650. Estimated annual MSD taxes would be $103,125. They estimate generating 109 jobs. They also estimate 8 executive positions with an average salary of $104,000, 11 management positions with an average salary of $52,000, and 90 line staff positions with an average wage of $15 per hour.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, anybody, any board have any comments, questions at this time before I'm going to start letting the petitions come up? Anybody else at this time? Okay, no more presentation. Okay, this time we're going to start letting the public come up and make their comments. You have 4 minutes. Again, if you, I hope this helps you a little bit in whatever comments you might have. And if you do hear something somebody said, please, because we're going to be here all night if we don't try to be concise on it. The first one would be Katie Hunt. If you'd like to come forward, and you have a podium for 4 minutes. Please give us your address for the record.
Hi, I'm Katie Hunt, 1116 National Avenue here in New Bern, and I am your Neuse River Keeper here representing Sound Rivers because we have some serious concerns about some of those projects, especially on the transparency issue. I understand MOUs and such, but it does essentially seem that the cart has been placed before the horse here, in that the way that this project has been presented to the public is that it has been decided. And we've been told that this is happening without asking the public first, is this something that we want or need? Specifically, the Union Point, I understand, is a secondary project, but would be a very problematic site for any kind of development, especially this luxury hotel, because this area is very prone to flooding already, not just for hurricanes, but significant rain events and very windy days. Also, the Talbot lot is one of the few remaining green spaces in downtown New Bern, and by creating more impervious surfaces, we're adding to more of our stormwater and flooding problems. Something that goes completely against the New Bern Hazard Mitigation and Resiliency Plan that I've been a part of the stakeholder process on, and I've also worked with the engineers on this plan, specifically citing Union Point as an area for improvement for stormwater and flooding, etc. Lastly, the issue of public access. As I said, there aren't many green spaces left downtown, and Union Point is unique in providing public access to green space and river access. It's a rare commodity, and though there is that obviously, if you got to replace, where are you going to find somewhere equivalent that has the green space, the boat ramp, the boat parking, public restrooms, etc. So 2 out of these 3 projects are very big concerns for me, environmentally speaking, and as well as the resiliency against flooding, pollution from stormwater runoff, access for our public, and our greatest waterway, or our greatest asset, its waterways. So I'm here to ask that this resolution not be accepted without hearing more from the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Just want to note that we never did the consent agenda.
Yeah, I mean, for your motion, did you want to do the consent agenda after this? That was- Yes, okay.
We'll continue on with the agenda, it's just to get people.
Tammy Smith, if you would, come on up and give us your address. Tammy.
Hi. I just want to say that that is the most beautiful place to take your dogs for a walk or to meet your friends. And to take away part of Union Point is just awful. And to build more things on the waterfront destroys the beautiful view of the rivers. That is the only place in New Bern, downtown, where you can actually see. Whenever they built another motel down there, it really was upsetting to me. When they built the Sheraton, it was such a disappointment because it is beautiful to be able to see the openness and the green. And it's just really makes me very sad that we might lose more of that open, beautiful sight of the river. That's all I have to say.
What is her address? I'm just trying to keep it.
Hey, Tammy, what's your address?
2774 Neuse Boulevard. I wrote it on there.
Yeah, that's it.
Gotcha. Thank you. Lynn Harris.
Good evening, members of the Board of Aldermen, Mayor Outlaw, and city officials. I'm Lynn Harricow, Executive Director of Swiss Bear. I am here tonight to speak to the importance of ongoing investment and development in downtown New Bern and in our entire community and region. Swiss Bear's interest as the North Carolina Main Street organization for the city of New Bern is to promote development of a vital downtown district that continues to grow and thrive. Swiss Bear recognizes the importance of open green spaces for recreational opportunities, as well as the importance of investment that leads to an increased tax base, additional employment opportunities, and the economic well-being of our city so that all wards can benefit. Swiss Bear has been a partner with the city for decades, working toward this end. Bicentennial Park, a tract of waterfront where the convention center and Doubletree now stand, was an outgrowth of a plan in the 1980s to thoughtfully develop that section of waterfront for the overall benefit of our community. And in 2021, the Doubletree property taxes alone were approximately $34,000 based off of an assessment of just under $7.4 million. thoughtfully plan future downtown projects that result in increased revenues, business development, and opportunities for the city and region will enable us to remain vibrant and position us in strategic ways for the future. My purpose in speaking to you this evening is to encourage you to support continuing discussions and full exploration of the proposed options. The MOU outlines a plan for further evaluation. It creates a framework for exploring proposed projects without committing either party to those projects at this time. I am not here to endorse or not to endorse the Kessler projects. I am here to advocate for full and open exploration of the possibilities that are presented in the MOU. I am here to suggest that furthering conversations to understand the design, plans, and potential benefit of these projects, and what they could have on our community as a whole, is worth pursuing. This approach is consistent with Swiss Bear's commitment to support the city in realizing its full potential, whatever that potential may include and whatever projects it may include. We won't know what we can do until we look with an open mind at what we might do. Swiss Bear thanks you, and I also thank you for your leadership, vision, and enduring commitment to our community and our future. And my address is 602 Middle Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Miskin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Carl Miskin. I live at 5025 Clubhouse Drive. I relocated here in 2006 from Newport Beach, California. I love this city, as do all of you, and I believe 99% of the people behind me. I had in my office a pen and ink drawing of the way New Bern looked before the waterfront was developed, when the shipyards were there, and the ladies of the night, as I understand, plied their trade, and I understand it was a dangerous area to be in. The vision of Swiss Bear and many people in this room have increased the livability of New Bern and made it so that people who left here are coming back. My concern about this number 11 agenda item, and I've got so many notes I don't know where to start, but I don't want to repeat what's already been said. My concern is transparency. My concern is the city attorney saying we have a romance going on. We're entering into an engagement. I think that we should still have the bride and groom meet the other's parents and families. And I think perhaps the best way to do that is to have more open forums. We're entering into an election period. Time is becoming precious. I appreciate the developers' willingness to invest more money than I have or you have in this city. However, they have an ulterior motive also, and that's profit. I was pleased to hear said this evening that the title to the Elks building transferred from the city or whoever owned it to the developer on January 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
They now own the building? The first time I looked at downtown from a development point of view was during the Talbot building discussion. A number of us met in the third floor of Captain Raddy's. I met some of the city leaders at that point in time, those who were leading it then. That was totally rebuffed by the citizens. Switching gear for a second, last Friday the state Supreme Court issued a ruling, late Friday, which normally comes out of courts when they're not know that the people won't be happy with their rulings. They came out with a ruling about redistricting. The Chief Justice, who is beloved, I think, in this city, Paul Newby, in his dissent stated, "The Supreme Court has usurped the will of the people. The majority of the court has ruled, and I repeat, has usurped the will of the people." I would ask that this body please be very cognizant of the will of the people that you serve and who elect you. Thank you for your time.
Kevin Roberts.
Everybody's doubting whether I can do this in 4 minutes. I promise you I shall. My name's Kevin Roberts. I am not a resident of the city of New Bern. I live outside the city limits, but I spend most of my days and a good many of my nights at 316 South Front Street. I'm the director of your Chamber of Commerce. My comments are not real well prepared, but I'll keep them brief, and it's just a couple of points that I'd like to make. Last summer, a gentleman found himself in our market, and he fell in love with it. Like many of us, I fell in love because I was born here, but a good many of you, you just found yourself here for one reason or another, and you fell in love with it. Whether it was, he was here by accident, purely by accident. We see people, I'm lucky enough to meet people all the time who come to this market, and they fall in love with it. The difference with this guy is he's got means. The difference with this guy is he wants to come here and spend money, and he wants to create jobs for our citizens. He wants to create tax revenue for the city. He wants to invest over $100 million in this city that he loves. Regardless of anything else that happens and all the hard feelings that are being thrown around about this thing, we must be proud of the fact that this guy fell in love with this market and wants to spend $100 million here. That's what he wants to do. And the other difference is we can check everything that he's done. We can go to cities where he's developed other properties, and we can find out whether he did what he said he was going to do. Did he do all of it? Did he do more than he said he was going to do? How good a business person was he to deal with? This is not just your average guy. Second point, everybody knows that I love a conversation. I'll talk a hole through a wall if you let me. They're easy. They're safe. You can talk about things with people, and then you can just walk away. It's nice. I think there's a lot that comes out of that. I've read this MOU, and I encourage, if you've not read this thing, you must read this thing, because for all of the legal jargon that's in it, at the end, you get to walk away if you want to. You don't even really have to say why. You can just decide to, Mr. Davis, is that not right?
Yes, sir.
At the end of the day, for all the whereases and wherefores and all the legal jargon, it's a conversation. This man just wants to have a conversation with you people, and with input, and this is good input. Surely everybody in this room understands that you're talking about sacred property when you talk about Union Point. But it's a conversation. And there's a lot more unknowns about that Union Point project today than there are knowns. And at any point when one of those unknowns does not make you happy, you can walk away, no harm, no foul. And my last point, a good many of you, you pay staff to do it. A good many of people in this room, we spend our days going to meetings during the morning, during the night, all day, meeting after meeting, talking about tax revenue for this city. Talking about creating economic gains for this market, and talking about creating jobs, good paying jobs, good paying. We talk it to death. And what I wonder, if you don't agree to have this conversation with this man, which means you've got to approve that MOU, how will we ever look at one another again over a table or a cup of coffee and seriously say that we're talking about economic gains and economic benefit and jobs for our citizens if we refuse to even have a conversation with this man about it? That's all I have. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Maxwell Oglesby.
How's everybody doing now? Maxwell Oglesby, 2506 Montgomery Court, New Bern, North Carolina, 28562. How's the wonderful board? On my way over here, I tried to book a hotel room. I noticed it wasn't at 100% capacity. It's right downtown, but we're building one right beside it. 1981, we became a Main Street city. North Carolina being one of 6 states to receive the pilot program back then. For over 35 years, New Bern has been a national example of just not how a successful Main Street program, but how historic preservation can be the foundation for sustainable economic development. Some of you want to throw that out the window today, possibly down the future. Make it look like y'all care about the city when actually you would just want to leave your mark on it. Is this a business move for the city? I think it's a business move for some of the people in these seats. Sabrina Bengel, you gained how much from this tourism added by this place being open? How much do you stand to gain possibly from the businesses that you own downtown? Also being on the board for the tourism development.
Point of order here, sir.
Yes, sir. Point of order. You're right.
Listen to me, sir. This is a petitions and opportunity to speak. It's not for you to belittle anybody on this board or anybody.
Yes, sir.
If you do that again, sir, you will be escorted out.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and talk about the issues at hand then. That bathroom situation. Supposedly this luxury hotel is going to allow the public into a bathroom. With current COVID regulations, I don't believe any public restaurant or any type of business has allowed anyone who isn't a paying customer into their establishment. Not much of the park is going to be altered due to construction. Meanwhile, with the safety standards that currently are with OSHA, scaffolding has to be so many feet, and so therefore it will impede the land and also the roads that are down there. Are we just going to magically locate all the parking and everything around this mess? And honestly, we're having all this dissent and everything over 109 jobs in one building, when you can find 109 jobs available right now downtown as well. What about the affordable housing that wasn't built back, that was ruined by Florence? Are we just going to mull over that one? All right. Putting tourism over the care of the regular citizens, I don't believe is correct. We did the same exact thing with the community versus y'all with the Stanley White Center, and we see how that turned out. We really need affordable housing replaced. We don't need to tear down any other waterfront communities and have them built there. How are we going to be able to afford living in North Carolina if you're pricing people out of it? Isn't a few of you continue to make decisions on what's best for y'all or for the city? We're a community, not a business. We have how many other parcels that can be used for this hotel? How many other places that can be used to have fun and to play with? But still, there's communities that have been asking for money for months, for years since Florence, that this same board has not given it to, for redevelopment of medical facilities in lower income based places, for redevelopment of Stanley White Center where it currently was, and y'all said no. Honestly, it's cash over community, not anyone bringing us together here. Thank you.
Melissa Riggle.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Outlaw, members of the Board of Aldermen, and city officials. My name is Melissa Riggle. I'm the Executive Director of the Craven County Tourism Development Authority. The TDA serves to promote and develop Craven County as a travel destination. Our functions of the authority include facilitating the works of local groups and attracting conventions, tour groups, and leisure travelers to Craven County. One of our core missions is to promote conventions aimed at increasing occupancy rates and the development and utilization of local lodging options. That said, our current and most critical need to facilitate our convention and group market is a full-service convention hotel. Traditional large conventions require hotels with 120 to 150 hotel rooms or more. In Craven County, our current hotel inventory cannot accommodate those needs. The lack of a convention hotel negatively affects our group business in Craven County and places a challenge on the marketing and promotion of the New Bern Riverfront Convention Center, the History Center, and other meetings in our venue, or other venues in our market, Group and convention business in Craven County has accounted for more than $1 million annually. This year alone, we have lost a total of $618,607 in group business due to a lack of hotel accommodations. This is a negative impact, not just directly to hotels, but to restaurants, retailers, attractions, and other small businesses in our area. The TDA also places tremendous value on public parks and outdoor assets, especially Union Point Park. It is not just enjoyed by tourists, but by our entire community. The Kessler Group are developers who understand the importance of community collaboration and are not interested in hindering or destroying skylines, natural beauty, or public assets. They embrace all of these sentiments and have a body of work that exemplifies this. I've had the opportunity to not only research the Kessler Collection, but to tour with the authority of my board, their work at the beautiful Savannah River front. Not only did they elevate the appeal and the charm of that district, but through public-private partnerships created new green space and public assets that the community utilizes daily. During the time spent with that group, they learned from myself, as well as Swiss Bear and city leadership, the passion and love our locals feel for our entire downtown district, as well as the city as a whole. To foster continued growth and prosperity for New Bern, the TDA would like to offer our support for the MOU, outlining the 3 projects to begin thoughtful and strategic discussions on how we can work with these visionaries to create new opportunities for New Bern. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Peggy Broadway.
Okay, guys, I forgot my hearing aids. So if you can't hear me, raise your hand. Peggy Broadway, 214 Chain Street. Having followed my sailboat to New Bern in 1995, I developed a loving respect for the town and its people and retired here in 2000. New Bern is blessed, except for hurricanes, with both the Neuse and the Trent rivers. Development in New Bern has greatly increased over the past several years. Can you hear me? Yes. Good. Past several years. This has resulted in a marked decrease in access to either the Neuse or the Trent River by the general public. The one remaining public access to the Neuse River for New Bern and Craven County citizens, although you can't go out to the park, but the New Bern access is on Union Point Park. Union Point is usually special for special events, which include movie night, boating events, Christmas and July the 4th celebrations, musical events, and the Chrysanthemum Festival. Union Point is used daily by citizens for walks, a lunch break to eat a sandwich, launch a boat, feed the ducks, family outings with the kids, or an occasional wedding at the gazebo. The city, in its delight over the final possible resolution of the Elks building, is considering giving away this one and only area on the Neuse which is open to the public. The only area that's open to the public. New Bern is much less in need of another hotel, than the loss of this little green park. Union Point was started, as I recall, by a group of women, correct me if I'm wrong, who realized that river access by residents is critical to the health of the community. You are strongly urged to reconsider your decision to sell 1/4 of Union Point to developers and preserve this one area for the current and future residents of New Bern and Craven County. I am confident that any loss in taxes from this proposed development will be well compensated by the grateful residents of New Bern and Craven County. Thank you for your time.
Mike Vaughn.
Mike Vaughn, I live at 314 Metcalf Street here in New Bern. I don't disagree that New Bern needs to grow. I love it. The more it grows, the more I love my house. But I don't agree that we need to take away public parks and things that do such. Yes, this is maybe entering into an engagement, but take it from a guy who's divorced. If you both aren't headed to the exact same place, you're not willing to admit that in the beginning, engagement's kind of stupid. Secondly, at some point in time, somebody's going to step up and say, is any of these two should not be wed? Well, there's everybody saying that right now. Why are we arguing this right now? Secondly, what's the other opportunities? When I read the MOU, which yes, I did read it, and I live here in New Bern, I'm not someone who's just making money off of it. It basically sounded like, yeah, we bought this Epps building, but we're not going to actually do anything unless you agree to let us do this other stuff. That's how it sounded to me. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a hillbilly engineer from Tennessee. However, and I also do the math, there's 2 plots there, and it's 2.21 acres according to the Register of Deeds, which is 33% of 6 acres. I don't see why we're not entertaining other things and getting with the people and explaining to them what it's going to look like. For you to say, yeah, we agree that we're probably going to let you buy this and we're probably going to do this without us knowing what it's going to affect our city, our skyline, when I walk around downtown, which I do 5 times a week, what it's going to do to me, and just say, yeah, we agree, we're probably going to agree to this. It's like a letter of intent in sports. We're signing a letter of intent. Yeah, you can back out on those, but there's also issues when you back out on those. But we're still talking about doing it. I don't understand why this is just now came up today, whenever we could have all been talking about this. Now, I don't know all the legal terms. He's the city attorney. He could probably figure this all out. But there used to be a hotel in downtown New Bern on the waterfront. It's just north of the Galley store. That's owned by some Front Street Developers LLC. It may be in a trust, it may be in whatever. They haven't touched it in like 20 years. Why is that area, was already previously a hotel, not even being considered? There's no legal ramifications we can do to somebody who owns property on the waterfront and refuses to do anything to it? There's other options out there that I don't think the city's even considered or even trying to do anything about. At least we haven't seen it. So why are we trying to shove this down everybody's throat in one day? Again, most of us here heard about it this morning. You represent us. Why are we just hearing about this now? I don't understand. I am all for it. You want to give that plot of land next to Mitchell's Hardware to them to develop? Absolutely, because it's a freaking just empty lot that's doing no good. But what's it going to look like? What's the requirements that they're going to have to meet to keep downtown New Bern looking historic? They call themselves Historic New Bern LLC. But they give us anything that says they're going to keep us historic. And it sounds almost to me like they're saying, yeah, if you don't let us do this other stuff, your Elks building is going to stay the way it is. So I don't understand why we're not getting more detail before we decide that we want to commit. It's like me getting engaged to somebody I don't know. And you're asking us who live downtown to get engaged with somebody we don't know. So
Mr. Davis, do you have any, from what you've heard, do you have any legal comments before we proceed again to help the remaining petitions residents that might help them in their delivery as to any comments so far you've heard?
Not necessarily, Mayor, other than just to reemphasize that if you go forward tonight, it will simply start a series of meetings, largely public, that will ultimately culminate with a public hearing where all of these details that people are very reasonably and logically raising would come up and be presented. But all those issues, the development of these parcels are subject to all of our local ordinances, all of our historic guidelines. There are just hurdle after hurdle to go through, all of which are public and require public hearings. And all those efforts are quite expensive to go through. So without this first step, it's a tremendous expenditure of city resources on our side, of their expenses on their side, if we don't even want to have a further conversation about what we're going to do or not. But the point is, this is just the very, very first step of what may be, if you go forward, a very long process that will ultimately and transparently address all of these issues that will come back before you in large respect, which means it's before the public to address and have input on.
Okay, thank you. Larceny? 311 Metcalf Street. Okay, we'll try that in a minute. Joseph Cole.
Mr. Mayor, Aldermen, Alderwomen, good evening, thanks. Everything's been said that I have. It's interesting, I wrote down that there was a lack of transparency on this issue, lack of community involvement. The timing is atrocious to drop this on the people at the very last minute, and God help the name New Bern Historic being dropped on an LLC to confuse everyone. You've taken a major step forward here in educating this community. I would seriously urge, the holy grail here seems to be Union Point Park. Sever that from the MOU. Have an MOU dealing with the two properties that I think everyone would like to see developed for downtown purposes. And treat the MOU on the Union Point, I would scrap it completely personally. But treat that as a separate issue. I think you've taken a big step tonight. I urge you to continue to involve the public as you move forward. This is our town. We trust you to manage it and include us in your process. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, this might be 511 Metcalf Street. Yes, I'm sorry, I can't quite. Thanks for coming on that, help me.
I'm Lorelei Schaffhausen at 511 Metcalf Street. Good evening. I would like to say I'm very thankful for the Kesslers' desire to contribute to our community. What really disturbs me is, of course, number 3. Union Point Park is the smile that greets visitors coming across that bridge. So to take away from that front face that we could have to people coming to town, I believe is a big mistake. The property has history. It's been dedicated to an important, significant citizen. It has been the peace tree of the Tuscarora Iroquois Nation was put on that property. That property has community and historical significance to this town. I am not concerned about you giving property or arranging for property for the Kesslers to put a hotel on the waterfront. It's that property. I understand part of the property in front of the end of Broad Street is already owned by the city. Has anybody negotiated with the Shriners to see if they might be interested in giving up their part of that? What about Trent Court? You're already going to redevelop that entire waterfront. Why can't that be? This would be a fabulous development. They like developing waterfronts. They're going to give them lots of room to develop a waterfront, not squeeging them in to the middle of what we already have. There's the whole waterfront going on the other side between Riverside Historic District and the Downtown Historic District. It's one thing to investigate property for them to successfully put in development downtown in the way of retail and hotels. It's another to crowd it in to what is an important meeting place for this community. We're already getting overcrowded when we have events down there. The bathrooms, as you said, are essential. The New York Times did an article before we put up the clubhouse saying the major problem with New Bern is not enough public access to bathrooms. And that was in the travel section of the New York Times. Well, you added the clubhouse, so you're going to take away another one. We also have hotel properties that aren't being utilized. The building between the DoubleTree and the Convention Center has not been rehabbed. How many hotel rooms is that? What about the hotel across the street? I mean, there are hotels to be utilized that already have buildings downtown. I think it'd be wonderful for them to develop part of our waterfront, but not that part. Thank you.
Susan Moffett-Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor and Alderman. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I understand that the Kessler Collection has an outstanding reputation in the hospitality industry, and without a doubt, I believe everybody in this community was thrilled to hear that they have plans to buy, or if they haven't already, rehab the Elks building into an upscale hotel, and to develop a building with apartments and retail space on what is called the Talbot property at the corner of Craven and South Front Streets. And that was purchased with municipal service district tax money in the late 90s. And when the 1990 urban design plan pointed out a prominent building on that corner would act as an anchor to that block, the city had asked Swiss Bear at that time, board member Marvin Raines, to work behind the scenes and purchase that property because it was owned by so many heirs and it was difficult to acquire otherwise, and this was done for the city. However, hearing they are also interested in constructing a hotel on the Manette Duffy site, which is an important part of Union Point Park, it has become very controversial and I believe needs to be well thought out on what would really be the best interest of the community. That property, I was surprised to hear there's a land conservation fund there, because in the mid-'80s, that 3-acre site was an abandoned tank farm and an abandoned gas station owned by the Texaco Corporation. And that property was acquired through the efforts of Swiss Bear in the mid-'80s. Originally, the property was for sale by Texaco for $800,000, and we lobbied Swiss Bear, we lobbied Texaco officials on how important that property was to the redevelopment of Union Point Park. And in the end, Texaco donated 2.2 acres to the city, and Swiss Bear bought 0.8 of an acre for $15,000 and gave it to the city to expand Union Point Park. The 1990 urban design plan incorporated the Texaco property into the redevelopment of the park. The city's plan to use the payback money from the UDAG, an urban development action grant of $1.6 million, that federal grant that made the Sheridan project on the Trent River possible in the mid-'80s, the city found there was not enough money in that fund to move forward with Phase 1 redevelopment plans for the park. Swiss Bear then organized a fundraising campaign called Put Your Mark on the Park, and that had great community input and raised over $350,000. The city responded to the community's generosity and completed both phases, which included the additional adequate parking and new bathrooms on that Texaco site. Removing 2 important amenities, the bathrooms and parking, which are needed and used by the public at large and those who spend time at the park, attend the many major events
Susan,
of community and
Susan,
family.
you're 4 minutes.
I am?
Count
Okay.
up. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'll conclude saying, I just hope
that the citizens of this community can be reassured in the end, whatever is designed and developed will be in their best interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Fay.
Greg Fay, 273 Scott Farm Lane. I'm speaking on behalf of the second phase of the project, the Union Point part. The locals don't want it. We don't want it. We don't want anything built there unless it's a playground or something. That's it. And as far as a relationship goes, we're breaking up with you. It's over. You can have your Elks building and stuff, but we don't want the park messed with. And the $15, $16 wage, that's ridiculous. For workers, you need to up that to like 24. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Gary Curry.
Good evening. Actually, I happen to also live outside of New Bern just a little bit, but I do have a business over on 221 South Front Street. Before I get started with my prepared remarks, I do want to mention that hospitality partners in this town, and I'm one, I'm a general manager of a hotel, we don't just participate in tourism, and it's the favorite part of my job. I mean, I do love it, but it's a lot more than that. We handle the commerce of this town. We handle you when your power goes out. The cities, if all the power's going to go out, we're going to take in the whole city plus all the power companies. And it's not just our property. It's the Airbnbs have to participate in that. If the Grand Bohemian ever opened up on the waterfront, they would also be a part of that. So, and if you have somebody that's in a hospital, you're going to be staying in a hotel a lot of times. Carolinas, I get it every day. So it's not just about tourism. It's bigger than that. I just want to remind everyone of that. I started on the front desk of a local hotel and worked my way up and across our hotel landscape over the past 16 years. I am currently the general manager of a hotel in New Bern and a board member of Swiss Bear. I have previously served as chair of Craven County Tourism Development Authority. I also happen to be a new downtown small business owner, as I'm one of the partners in the redevelopment of the Harvey Mansion. I'm here today to request that you consider moving forward with the MOU as requested. While I served as chairperson in 2016, the TDA board agreed to have a feasibility study done of the potential expansion of the convention center. In the findings of the study, it was determined that downtown New Bern needed additional hotel rooms within walking distance of the convention center. As the general manager of a hotel located across town, I can assure you that most convention travelers will only stay within walking distance of the convention center, and that's normal in our industry. You know, that's not outside the norm. That's just what they want. We hear it all the time. Due to Hurricane Florence, the DoubleTree has been operating at limited capacity, as has been mentioned several times tonight. But even if all of its rooms were currently on the market, New Bern would still have a hotel deficit. Since the storm, we have had record numbers in hotel revenues despite a small dip during the peak of COVID in the spring and early summer of 2020. If you put that information together, you'll notice that despite the loss of the convention center and the convention business, our tourism business has thrived. Plus the commerce and all the other stuff I mentioned. Moving forward with the recent reopening of the convention center and the return to normalcy of the convention business over the next few years, our lack of hotel rooms is only going to increase. We're going to have to meet a larger demand in this area. I have been pushing our leadership to work together to find hotel developers that will build or redevelop properties in our area so that we can offer the highest level of hospitality in North Carolina. Having the Kessler collection drop in our lap, apparently because it broke down up the river, is as fortunate as when the White River Group took over Hatteras. It's a really good thing for us. If anyone of concern in the community is unfamiliar with the Kessler Group, it is a premier boutique hospitality company in the Southeast. Having their expertise and investment in our market will create the kind of competition that elevates each property in New Bern. As a recent small business owner, my partner and I are using local lenders, local architects, local builders, and we're partnering with a local established restaurant group to bring an 8-room boutique hotel with a full-service bar and grill. Knowing that this potential development, talking about the MOU, is being considered only enhances our faith in the success of the project. In order to support the regional tourism economy, convention center, downtown businesses, and my future success, I request that you move forward with this MOU as requested. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joy Rudman.
My name is Joy Rudman. I live at 202 A Street in the Kent neighborhood. And I have heard everybody, I'm not going to give a long history, but I will say the Elks building has been an eyesore. I had a bakery there for 6 years, and I still have the keys too. And I might still be in business had the building not deteriorated around us. And I really compliment what the Kessler Group is going to do, because it's the biggest eyesore in downtown New Bern. And it has been for a long time. And I can tell you from the inside. I agree I'm not going to give a long history, but I agree with everyone who has said, do not touch Union Point Park. Our families, my grandkids, and I love New Bern. I've been here for 27 years, and coming over that bridge and seeing Union Point Park sells everybody. And I do believe we should write a book on how people got to New Bern, because it would be wonderful. So that's just my feeling. I'm glad to see something happen with the Elks building, but please don't touch Union Point Park. That's all.
Thank you. Cindy Papa. Thank you. David Blythe.
Good evening, David Blythe. Not a resident of New Bern, Trent Woods. Family settled in 1865 in the area. Third generation business owner, Branches Furniture, 73 years in business there. Third generation on the Swiss board, Swiss Bear board. Also the past chairman of our TDA of Craven County. First of all, other than, and I should have stated this first, the love that I have for New Bern in this county, and what we have given, and what you guys have given, the aldermen, the mayor, everyone that has given their time to better New Bern. I do commend all of y'all on that. I think that the Kessler Group, as I have been a past dreamer of development and vision of New Bern, both through Swiss Bear and private development, I think the Kessler Group is exactly what we need in New Bern. I have tried to do myself projects and spent over $500,000 just to see if it was feasible to do. So I understand where the Kessler Group does need assistance with the city to try to find grant money, to try to find any opportunity to explore, because there is a great cost in that, or to share it with the city. And the city to contribute to the developer. That's very common practice in developments, especially in historic properties. So I wrote a lot of things, but I've heard a lot of things, so I don't want to repeat what I've heard. Everyone in the room has had good points. I do agree, I guess, with the need for the rooms. There's no question in that, being with the TDA, for our convention center to expand and to continue to operate like it needs to. We need those additional rooms. Of course, everyone has spoken of parking and public access areas. We need to keep that open for the public. You know, everything that I've heard about Mr. Kessler and his group is number one. Glad to have him. I would briefly like to speak on that, and that is, I've seen other developers come into town. We've tried to accommodate them, but didn't do it like we needed to. We need development in New Bern, in downtown. It brings jobs, it brings better wages, it brings higher tax base. Everything that has been discussed, we need that in New Bern. And this is a grand opportunity for us. The one thing that I do want to talk about is the Union Point Park. I do want Union Point Park to stay as it is. I agree with the rest of the room on that. And again, want to see them come, help them find what they're looking for, so they will develop here. The Elks Building, excellent plan. The Talbot's Lot, excellent plan. We want to welcome that. I do suggest that we possibly modify the MOU tonight to exclude the Union Point Park piece, and please invite them to do the Elks Building and the Talbot's Lot. That's without help and without understanding and the city helping a developer, they won't come, and they don't want to come, and we want them to come. So it's a grand idea. As Scott spoke and others, there are things in place in the city to take care of the historic guidelines that we must be followed to develop, and we know that parking and all those areas, all those things will be addressed. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ray Stryker, 219 Neuse Street.
Hi, Ray Stickle, 219 Neuse Street. First of all, I just want to thank all of you. Like a lot of people here, I found New Bern by accident, fell in love, came here, and now I'm retired with my wife, and we live here, and we love the town. We love all the development. I've spent a fair amount of money in Bohemian down in Savannah. I love the Kessler Group, all good stuff. Like people have already mentioned, I think transparency is perhaps what got people riled up. And I would also lobby for separating the MOU into the phase 1 and phase 2 projects. I think that makes more sense for most people. That way we can have clear definition around the first part, and the second part, maybe a lot more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Henry Chip Manchetti.
Marchetti likes spaghetti.
Gotcha, buddy. Thank you, sir.
All right, I've heard a lot of stuff today, and I agree with most of the people about Union Park. I don't understand why you can't separate the two. The two properties that are under surveillance right now, I believe we need. Union Point, do not touch it, okay? Unless it's all tied together. That is what I'm thinking, that they're saying we need the 3 properties or we're not coming. I hope that that's not true. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Dustin Kingstrup.
My name's Dustin Canisthorpe. I live at 3204 Thatcher Court. That's over there in the Longleaf Pine subdivision. I forgot what ward I'm in, I apologize. But first, I just want to take a couple of quick minutes and tell Ms. Bengel, I found out my heartfelt condolences for your father, Benjamin DeFonce. He was a Korean War Marine veteran, 2 Purple Hearts. He actually should have 3, but in this country, if you get hit twice in the same day, you only rate 1 Purple Heart, so go figure. With that thought and process, it's government of the people, by the people, for the people. We have elected officials, and we all pay taxes and all that good stuff. Everybody's brought up a lot of good points, so I'm not gonna beat it to death or whatever. Elks, totals perfect sense. You should have an MOU for that. For the Talbots or whatever, okay, I think that maybe further warrant. Maybe have a separate MOU for that. Union Point, out of your friggin' minds. I came to New Bern, Marine Corps down the road in 1996. Been back and forth in this area multiple times, stationed, and then laid down roots here when I founded Beer Army in 2008. And then with Bravo Alpha, co-founded a nonprofit to help veterans and first responders. Our first major fundraiser was the 300th anniversary of birthday of New Bern in 2010 at the New Bern Riverfront Convention Center. That event, we haven't done it 2 years because of COVID and everything. 6 hours event. It's responsible over those 10 years that we've had it, so that's a total of 60 hours. It's just short of 9,000 hours in a year. It's responsible for $500,000 of economic impact. One of the biggest problems with holding an event in New Bern is hotel rooms. And we've had to work with that closely to make sure that we have enough of that to draw people to come to a public event, other public events like Mumfest and stuff like that. With that said, I also have 4 teenagers, one who's graduating this year. He's looking to move because there's not that much opportunity in this area compared to other areas. Of course, I don't think you solve that by moving away, but that's a different discussion for my son and I. All I would say is, every single one of you is a resident or live in New Bern, hence the mayor and city council and the board and aldermen and alderwomen and stuff like that. Be impeccable with your word. What I mean by that is, mean what you say what you do. There's a saying that goes, sticks and stones may break your bones, and I'm sure everybody's heard of that. But here's the point. Words do really hurt. Whether it's written or whether it's spoken. It cuts. We the people. It's include you. Another word that was brought up by the attorney and other people is transparency. Transparent. If anybody who's an elected official benefits directly or indirectly from any kind of development within the city, that should be disclosed 100%. And that person should be looked at as maybe not having a say or voting on what goes and what doesn't happen in the city of New Bern. I would think that's common sense. I know that we have rules and regulations that's supposed to have transparency, but like a lot of other individuals, I found out about this about 3 or 4 hours ago, so I haven't had a chance to read the MOU in full. I'm still trying to access it, make sure I clean myself up and get here on time so that I'm not interrupting anybody else. So, be impeccable with your word, mean what you say what you mean. If you have a personal interest in this endeavor, it should be disclosed, and I would argue you shouldn't be allowed to vote on the matter one way or the other. Thank you.
Bailey Evans.
Hello. I live at 1332 Gurchin Street. And I just wanted to say, I think that we all understand that the MOU isn't necessarily a commitment to do anything. It's just an agreement to go do this negotiation, but I think what a lot of us are feeling is that we don't really trust you to negotiate on our behalf because we're not sure you know what we want. Because, we've seen tonight there seems to be a little bit of a lack of public trust in what's going on, and we're worried you're going to give away our waterfront or you're going to give away things that we're worried about. And I think that it's worth the investment in some community feedback before you agree to move forward with the negotiation in order to build some public trust, so that we all know that this negotiation is going to go forward and we're going to feel represented, because I think a lot of us with this news tonight felt like or are worried that we might not be represented. So if we're all here trying to be transparent and civil and working together, I think, and we're all here, it's so late and we still have so many more things to talk about, it's probably worth dedicating its own special time to really get people's talking out before you go ahead and move forward with negotiating. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Roberts.
Alderman, Mayor, city officials, thank you for having us here tonight. First, I'd like to say, what a great community to have a crowd like this to give their input. Thank God for the community we have. A lot of people have said things, so I put my prepared remarks up. What I would like to say is, if you think back a little bit, and thank you for the courage of taking on this and your predecessors, because when born and raised here, when I grew up, I used to play in a park called Bicentennial Park. Most of the people who have come to New Bern and said, what a great place, I want to stay here, stayed at the Doubletree, which is a park I used to play in. It's been a wonderful addition to our community and it helped make New Bern what it is today. So your people that came before you had a lot of insight and thought, and I'm sure it was not an easy decision. I'm not saying I'm for this or against this, but if Mr. Siegel published in the paper that somebody wanted to bring $115 million to town, 179 jobs, $750,000 a year in taxes, not including room taxes that would come on top of that, and you did not investigate it anymore, I think all of you would be out of a job. So I encourage you to take on this memorandum of understanding so I can see the opportunity that's before us, and then I can give you my personal opinion. We may have better parks out of this. We don't know. People talk about the boat ramps. I'm on the water a lot. I appreciate all the parks in New Bern, but Union Point Boat Ramp, if you use it and you don't know what you're doing, it's going to be real expensive. So there could be other places that could be better. We could end up with better parks. But if we do not enter this memorandum of understanding, we will never know. And I would love to see what it looks like. And if I don't agree with it, I'll let you know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christian Meltzer.
Yay, I finally made it during the right time. Hi, my name is Christina Meltzer. I'm a naturopathic doctor. I have a business down in Middle Street, and I live in Stony Branch Road. I actually don't agree with proceeding with the MOU. I don't feel like we should give a company that can afford millions of dollars a free plot of land called the Talbot property, the section. You know, we talk about hotels being built. There's one by the mall. The gentleman said he's refurbishing a house to be a hotel. But how much affordable housing is being built? Can we talk about that? I mean, you know, I understand how much money is going to come to town and we're going to have $15 an hour jobs. I was down in Moorhead and I passed the Taco Bell down there where they were advertising $15 an hour job. So there's jobs everywhere being built. So I'm not sure if they've already bought the Elks building, where is the motivation to give them a free piece of land that we can do something else with? I mean, I would hope that we would consider that among the, you know, traffic impact, parking impact, environmental impact, impact on, you know, some of the people that live directly in downtown, how that affects them. And I would hope that we would have more open forums from an app. I found out about this meeting through an app called Nextdoor yesterday, that it was going to happen, and that's why I'm here. But the interesting thing is a lot of people talked about how many public officials might have a vested interest in this project moving forward. Is there any way to disclose that, to find out who has a vested interest, whether financial or promises of future goods or future interest in something, or maybe a family member that's associated with this development? I think it should be made public because of how quick this is moving. I know we're entering into a relationship phase, but why can't we do this without any strings attached? Why can't we start the conversation without any strings attached? Why does this have to move forward like this so fast?
Yes.
Question, Mr. Attorney, is there a document, I know with some boards that I serve on, there's a document that we sign and disclose that we have no financial interest in projects. Is that something that you could provide the board for this particular project?
Yes, sir, I'd be happy to. And just to add to that, you have adopted rules of ethics that every local government board is required to adopt, and you've also are subject to at least 3 criminal statutes that come to mind that preclude you from having an undisclosed financial interest in a project, either you directly or through an immediate family member. So I say that to remind everyone that if there is such an interest, you have a legal obligation to disclose that.
Would the board be okay if that gets circulated and everybody on this board can voluntarily fill it out? If you don't, then that's on you. But anybody have a problem with that?
No, but to clarify some of the stuff that people are saying in regards to that, when you mean in like directly affected, there are people that do own businesses in downtown, so when tourism comes, they do benefit from having more people come here, so that's what they're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
So how do we rectify that?
Well, that is the nature of living in a town.
Mhm.
You are going to own businesses, you're going to own property, and if you all do your jobs well, the property tax base will increase and you all benefit. So,
Mr. Davis, have you had occasion as the attorney for the city of New Bern that board members have asked for recusal and have been approved based on justifiable reason?
yes, sir. To ask to be excused from voting, you have to have a direct financial interest. So the presumption is you have a legal duty to vote. You ran for office, you've got a hard job to do, and you have a legal obligation to vote. However, you cannot vote if you have a direct financial interest. So you disclose that, and you ask to be excused from voting, and the board has to excuse you. In addition to that, you can disclose a reason that makes you uncomfortable in voting for an issue, and you can recuse yourself. The legal problem with that is if you refuse to vote, it's counted as a vote in favor of the motion. It's counted as a yes vote. So that's the downside to that.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Anybody else? Okay, we have one more. Albert Lee Edwards.
Thank you for having us tonight and letting us exercise our First Amendment right. I was born here. I live in Bridgeton, 183 St. Spike Church Road. I lived here my whole life. I was born in St. Luke Hospital right here downtown. I live in Craven County. The center of Craven County is not Chick-fil-A. The center of Craven County is Union Point, right behind me. I bring my grandchildren here. I brought my children here. I bring church members that come from Pruitt that are handicapped, disabled on church bus, ride through. No matter what the weather is, what time of year is, we really enjoyed the Christmas lights this year. They were beautiful. Union Point was the beautifulest I have ever seen it in my life. It's my personal opinion. If we deface that beauty, we're kicking ourselves in the butt, every one of us in this room. I'm going to charge y'all's duty to put an X through that line of Union Point. If you decide to approve the other two, that's wonderful, but put an X through the Union Point part. Also, there's an issue I have with noise. Across the river, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, pyrotechnics going off somewhere over here. The dogs go to barking, fireworks, at 10 o'clock at night, pyrotechnics coming from Lawson Creek and different places here. We need to try to keep it to a minimum after 10 o'clock at night if we can. And that's be under probably a city ordinance that's probably already on the books. I lived in Holiday City for several years, and I got in trouble a couple of times from having loud music playing in my trailer. But anyway, that was two things I wanted to bring up. I've canoed and kayaked and sailed this river. There's not a more beautiful view from anywhere, from any town in Craven County. You can go to Vanceburg, you can go to Havelock, you can go to Bridgeton. The most beautiful sunrise is Union Point, right here in the city of Newbern. If you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and come on down and make a little trip around, and you'll see the beautiful sunrise in all of North Carolina on 30 morning day. And I encourage people to come to North Carolina and see that. And I want them to have a place to stay, but I want them to be able to enjoy the Union Point Park. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That is the conclusion of the requests and petitions of citizens. At this time, under item number 11, Mr. Hughes, do you have items concerning this before we have discussion? Do you have any other presentation? Okay, board, we're at item number 11. We will go to the consent agenda as soon as we complete item 11.
Mayor, I'd like to make a couple of comments based on some of the comments tonight. I'm not from here. I wasn't born here. I got married to come here. I've been in this community, well, I've been visiting here since 1977. I've been here 45 plus years. I've actually lived in New Bern since 1980. Many of you are my friends. I've known you, I've worked with you, and I've put my heart and soul into this community. I work 7 days a week. I don't play tennis, I don't play golf, I don't play cards, I work. And I work because I love this community, and I work because I have businesses. And the businesses allow me the opportunity to spend hours. I had work that applies to my business that pays me today that I couldn't do because I was answering citizens' email. I did my best. I think there was one, and Mr. Vaughn, I apologize to you. I realized that I didn't return you're the only one I didn't respond to. I missed it.
I see how you are.
I know, apologize, but I missed it. But I responded, I tried to until I came here, respond to every single phone call, text, whatever. To be accused of something that is the furthest thing from the truth. Me and my family are accused on a constant basis of having something that we took from somebody else or that somebody doesn't have. And I publicly want to say I'm tired of it. Nobody has any proof that we have done anything. Mr. Oglesby, I'm happy to meet with you in private. It's not a public forum to say something, but if you have something, proof of something that I'm doing illegally, immorally, let me know. I am happy to discuss it with you. I am happy to prove. Madam, who are sitting there, I have businesses downtown. Happy to discuss my businesses. I have no connection to the Kesslers. Never met them before they came to New Bern, and I worked with them. I have no connection. Do I have businesses downtown? Yes, I do. Have my businesses profited in downtown? Yes, they have. Why? Because I'm out there making sure that our streets are clean, that I'm working with my colleagues here, that we have a better way to do business in our downtown. But I profited, but so did Captain Ratty's, and so did MJ's, and so did Cypress Hall, and so did the Chelsea. When I first came to New Bern, 2 restaurants downtown. And thankfully, through the work of Swiss Bear under Susan Moffett-Thomas and now continued by Lynn Harrikel, we continue to build that. We continue to build shopping and opportunity that we didn't have when I first got here in 1980. There was nothing downtown. My husband bought a building. He bought the very first building that we had in 1983. He came home. I had a 6-month-old child, and I cried. I said, "Are you nuts? Downtown is dying. We don't own a home, we have no money, and you bought a building in downtown New Bern." And my friends called me and said, "Steve Bengel is ridiculous to spend your money to buy a building." But he was able to figure it out. We didn't pay a mortgage, we paid a building because that was his vision for this. And we've been invested ever since. Not one piece of property do we have is a detriment to this community. But yet I am maligned. And people, you don't have to say my name, I know exactly who you're talking to. To my colleague here, yes, I just want to make sure everybody knows I do own businesses in downtown. I'm not ashamed of that. But there's many people who own businesses on the other side of town that profit off of downtown. People wouldn't live in Greenbrier. We've heard people from all over our community tonight to say the reason that they live here is the beauty of what? Our downtown. Union Point and our downtown, and then they settle in Greenbrier and other places. But I will also say this, because of the work I do and continue to do, we have issues in this town, and they're located in another section of town. So I'm trying to put my energy and passions in our Choice Neighborhoods initiative, working with my colleagues here. We have stormwater issues, we have other things, and this increase in tax base may help us to get more money to do some of these things. So I do want to address that. I also want to say I thank you all for coming to the meeting. It's not that we weren't trying to be transparent, but we put out our meeting agenda the same way we have done, I don't know, the last 40 years that I've been aware of meeting agendas. And so we haven't done anything different. We didn't close it up somewhere. It is where it's at all the time. It's you that need to look at it and say, is this of interest to me? I'm glad you're here. I wish you would be here for every issue that we have, because there's some important ones that we don't see one citizen come into this space. So thank you. I thank everybody who emailed, text, called. I appreciate that they took the time to contact me. But I don't appreciate the people that are on Facebook and ever making accusations when they don't even know what's going on and don't have all the information. Lots of misinformation up there. I want you to also know that we did talk to the Kesslers about other properties. We said, the Shrine. As a matter of fact, the Shrine property was the first phone call that they made. And the Shrine people said, no way, no how. So that was investigated. We also tried to arrange a conversation with the Kesslers and the Doubletree people, because they do have a hotel that's sitting there doing nothing, 71 rooms. Nothing. Couldn't get it. So again, you're right. There are other places. We are still looking at that. We are going to continue to look at that. This is part of the conversation. I feel comfortable in having a conversation. I will admit right now, I don't feel comfortable in signing a contract based on all the information I am hearing tonight, but I feel comfortable in moving forward with the MOU to have the conversation. I just want to have the conversation. My gut tells me that at the end of the day, it's going to be very difficult to make the Union Point piece work. I just don't think it's going to happen because of what we're hearing tonight, of all the hurdles they have to jump. But Mr. Kessler could go anywhere he wants, anywhere. And he doesn't have to pick New Bern. He just happened upon New Bern. And this is something that many of us, I know many of you know that I was really close with Greg Smith. And Greg Smith and I would go in his back room at Mitchell Hardware, and we would dream about New Bern. And we'd sit there and just lay out this plan of, wouldn't it be great if we had this here and this on the Talbot's lot and a hotel here or something there. And then before long, we'd whittle it down and realize that the reality was we weren't going to get any of that. And we continued to work at our businesses to make New Bern be the very best place it could be so we could get more of what we see here tonight. People that love our community, not for the buildings, not for the green spaces. I'm sorry, it's the people. It's the people that are here that make this community so special. And I'll go with that every single time. But I don't disagree with anything I heard tonight. I've taken it all into consideration, but I still believe the right thing to do in my heart of hearts is just to listen and go forward with the discussion. When I get that contract in my hand, it's a new ball game, and then I want every one of you to look at it, read it, and if you like it, you don't like it, that's when the rubber is going to meet the road. At this point, it's just a discussion, and I apologize that I've ranted and raved for a while, but thank you all for letting me speak my mind.
Yeah, thank you. I want to say thank you to everybody as well that came out and expressed your feelings in regards to what's going on with the Kessler Group and Union Point. I did receive the emails. Fortunately, I work 9 to 5, so I didn't have time to respond. So if you're listening, I hear your outcry. There's a few words that were stated that I would like to address. We talk about the TDA and Swiss Bear. We hear about the chambers and how they're for economic development. Swiss Bear is about the greater 5 Points, and we're still looking for economic development in greater 5 Point area. The chambers in regards to going throughout the whole city of New Bern, and, you know, the minority communities, and making sure that we're talking about economic development and having meetings all day to benefit that community as well. It's ironic that a statement was made in regards to walking distance convenience, because that's the same thing that the individuals in the whole community said about Stanley White when it was moved up the street. They wanted to conveniently be there. There was another comment about let's, you know, put it over in Trent Court. Trent Court individuals don't want waterfront property. They want to have affordable housing. And people snicker and roll their eyes when we talk about affordable housing, but we need to talk about affordable housing. We have the word community that we talk about, and being down at Union Point. Fortunately, like I was in support of leaving Stanley White where it is and how that all happened, I do support that Union Point needs to stay the way that it is. However, I do agree with the other two projects because it does bring jobs, it does bring economic development to our city. I think it should be separated tonight if, you know, they move forward with it. If it's not separated, it's not something that I can support because it needs to be discussed separately. In the conversation when the city attorney talked about rebates and tax, and, you know, trying to figure out how we'll make this work. There's communities that are looking to see how we can make it work in regards to affordable housing and low income and market rate housing that are still suffering from Florence. So if we can figure out how to make things work, why are we not trying to make things work in these communities so that they can live and be able to enjoy Union Point Park or go to these jobs? They're still struggling. Lastly, again, I do appreciate everyone coming out and speaking on this topic. And again, I do agree with Sabrina, you know, in regards to when the meeting information comes out. It comes out on that Friday. And, you know, I've been a big proponent on transparency. And, you know, just like the attorney said, this is how it worked. When the information was brought to me in what we would call a closed session, I was in support of certain things, but still did have a question about Union Point and made the statement that there may be an uproar because there may be lack of understanding about the parcel. Again, like I said, I do support part of it. If it can be separated, I would like to support moving forward in that conversation, but if it can't, I cannot vote on it tonight. And I do hope, like that gentleman said, in regards to you know, say what you mean and mean what you do. I hope that is consistent across every project and everything that we do in this city. And lastly, I know that, Sabrina, you know, you probably get frustrated because some of us always express our frustration on the upgrade of downtown and how people say everything is about downtown, but there's a lot more to the city than just downtown. And the people that are here, please understand the cries of other communities that feel that way. They want to be upgraded. They want to be beautified. So let's figure that out as well as we say as colleagues. Let's try and work on that. That's important as well. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Other board members have comments concerning item number 11? No, sir. No, sir. You cannot. This is the debate amongst the board. There was a request of petitions time period. It's already. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. You cannot. You cannot ask a question, sir.
I can't?
No, sir.
Mayor, I have something to say.
Yes.
I too want to thank everyone for coming out this afternoon, and I have to agree with a lot of the comments that was made by Alderman Bengel and Alderman Harris, but I do want to say this much. I am in agreement with this MOU because I do support the first project with the two with Elks Building and the Tablets lot, but I do have a problem with Union Point Park, as I also stated when we met with the Kessler Group in a closed session, that I had some reservations because of the park, because of the way that our citizens would not be able to utilize that park and drive through that park. And I just felt that was going to, overall, that was going to be a problem for our citizens. And again, I see this is a problem. I would rather want to see the first project come to fruition, because I think it will bring a lot of revenue to our city, and it's going to be a benefit to our citizens. And as Alderman Harris stated, I echo her on affordable housing. Not just affordable housing, we got to come up with some way to get some developers in here for low-income housing, because we have a lot of citizens that's at poverty level. But I do agree with the MOU, and if it's the Union Point Park section is taken a look at by the Kessler Group and moving forward, I will support it.
I do want to point out that the point of time that for public discussion was with requests and petitions of citizens. I'm sorry if you did not fill out the form.
Well, I was told I couldn't fill it out because it was after 6 when I showed up. Correct.
Well, sir, then we have to have these filled out prior to the meeting. That's the normal procedure.
3 minutes because
Yes, sir.
I grew up in downtown.
Thank you, sir, and that is the procedure. They need to be filled out prior to the meeting, sir. Thank you very much.
Mayor, can
Yes,
I
yes,
just
ma'am.
point out that as a board, we did table it to afterwards in regards to that, so.
But our request for citizens ends at 6, I think, regardless.
It does, but we also gave the public an opportunity to speak, and we moved the agenda item, but just stating, you know, I'm always a proponent of allowing the people to speak, because we wouldn't be here. Right.
Okay, other comments concerning item number 11? Yes, sir.
I'd like to thank the citizens for coming out tonight. And when you can receive information based on he say or she say and find out the facts, and I feel that the attorney and the city manager had a great opportunity to really explain everything to everyone tonight, to give them an opportunity to understand not what they heard or not what they read on the email, that what is coming and how it's going to come in the order that we have to go through ourselves before taking on a situation that we're not even sure that it's going to work ourselves. So we have to go through the process, and that's what we're doing now. And I thank you for coming out to get a chance to learn what the process is, that you see what we're doing, and thank you so very much.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, just a few comments. I want to address the one on transparency. I've made a post about this discussion on Facebook, and after 401 comments, 61 shares, and Lord knows how many emails and phone calls and everything else I received, I'm not sure how much more transparent I could have been when I shared this information. Could it have been shared sooner? Maybe. I received our agenda on Friday. So yeah, maybe I could have shared it sooner. What is disheartening? I want to read something. Any Rotarians in the room by chance? Anybody in Rotary? So yeah, I recognize a couple of you. So I was there today and had the honor to speak and address that group. And they have a 4-way test. And number 1 is it the truth? Number 2, is it fair to all concerned? Number 3, will it build goodwill and better friendships? And number 4, will it be beneficial for all concerned? And I made a comment today that I actually wanted to bring their banner and hang it up here, but it was a little too large, but they did give me a nice coin. What I have experienced over the past couple of days is far from some of those beliefs. I've said, some of you have probably heard me make the comment before, that social media will be the downfall of our country. It's a two-edged sword. It can be a very useful and helpful tool, and it can also be a very damaging and hurtful tool. Fortunately, I've got thick skin. I've been in management for many, many years, so I've had people talk about me and say many things that oftentimes weren't true. But we are all humans, and human nature is you want to be liked, okay? You want people to agree with you. I learned back in, I think it was December 13th, 2013, the first night I sat here and made a decision. And when I left, I said, oh my goodness, not everybody agreed with that. So I say that because it didn't take me long being up here to understand that you're not going to satisfy everybody. I get it. I understand that. I shared a story today that someone had shared with me early on, that in different situations and scenarios, you have a stoplight, you have a red light. Those are people, like the gentleman there that said, we don't want your money, leave town. Okay? Those are red lights. Then you have green lights that say, this is all about good growth, good economic development, let's do it. And maybe we sacrifice something in the meantime. Then you have the yellow lights. That's the people in the middle that see a post on Nextdoor or Facebook, and they see, City of New Bern is going to sell Union Point Park tomorrow night. Make sure you're there to have your voice heard. Does anybody here, after you've sat here, and I thank you all for those that decided to stay tonight. There was a lot of people here that came and said their piece and then they left. But did anybody here tonight that we're going to sell Union Point Park? Okay. All right.
Misleading advertising.
It's important that we communicate. And I have said this 100 times, whether it is a spouse relationship, whether it's a parent-child, whether it's an employee and an employer, you have to communicate. I will make an admission tonight that I feel like this city failed to communicate this information in the right manner and the right time. Okay? I think that probably a third of the people that came tonight probably would have been home eating spaghetti and maybe watching this on TV if Suddenlink's back up and running. I do agree that there is some validity in talking to this developer about this project. And I will tell you that the first time this board was made aware of it, almost everybody on here gasped, said, oh my goodness, not Union Point Park. We can't do that. That's just off limits. Then the Kessler Group came to us and presented in a closed session, and they showed us some nice pictures. Said, hey, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about upgrading what would remain in Union Point Park with maybe a fountain, walking trails, brick pathways, with lights, with a stage to have performances. All these different things were discussed. We haven't heard anything about that. All I've heard about is where am I going to feed my ducks now? The Riverwalk will continue if this project were to move forward. The Riverwalk should continue regardless of whether this project happens or not. But you know why it doesn't? Because it takes money. How many in the audience wants a tax increase when we do our next budget? What? Okay, somebody make sure the gentleman in the back gets an extra tax. So when we talk about having agreement on something, everybody agrees they don't want to pay more money. The way you get more money to do different projects and improve infrastructure and hire more policemen and fire stations and things of that nature is you grow your economy. You don't grow your tax rate, you grow your tax base. And I understand that pain comes when you do things like this. Before all the rigmarole, if that's even a word, that's happened over the past 2 days, I was going to make the suggestion that once the city does what we need to do in this partnership, that we take all the incremental ad valorem tax that we would raise and we give it to the Redevelopment Commission to fund their efforts. I sat here and I said, when they talked about the Redevelopment Commission, I said, you can do all you want to, but if you don't have money, you can't do anything. And they really haven't done a whole lot. We've given them property. They've moved a couple houses, but money, as Danny used to say, money will make the bear dance. And I think we've proven that we've done a very good job at managing the city with the money that we have. If we want things, if we want to talk about other opportunities, you got to have more money. And everybody here, except for the one gentleman in the back, which is a very special gentleman, doesn't want their tax rate raised. At this point, my stance is, I've been in government for 8 years, over 8 years, and I've always said the most frustrating part about government is how slow things move. I got a question for staff. When did the Kessler Group come and present to us in a closed session? Any ideas?
Last year in the summer, I believe. July.
October, September, October.
So September and October. So now we're 4 or 5 months down the road. I'd like to know what it would hurt by giving another 30 days to get more information to the field. There's folks that's red lights. They don't care. It doesn't matter what we tell them. We could tell them each going to get $5,000 from this group if they would allow and support this project. They're not going to be for it. I get it. I understand it. We're not looking for 100% compliance. But I also want to make sure that the people in the middle have an opportunity to ask those questions, get some answers, and then if you still disagree with the project, that's fine. We'll shake hands and we can agree to disagree. But the name calling, the lining the pockets, I have no idea where that comes from. I certainly haven't made any money since I've been on the board in 8 years. But what I would like to do is allow the public the opportunity to present their questions to the board in a formal manner. Let us try to get you some answers, and then that way, whenever we vote on the MOU, nobody can say this was rammed through, I didn't know about it, I still have questions that haven't been answered. I personally don't see what in the world is wrong with a 30-day delay on signing this document. That's a non-binding agreement. That's my stance.
Mayor?
Yes.
I have something. It does frustrate me a little bit that every time there's a controversial situation that comes up, it's always, let's take the funds that we would get and put it to the redevelopment. If we all voted and supported for the redevelopment to be here based on the CNI, I don't understand why we're not backing the redevelopment and giving them money to be able to redevelop the community. Because if we can go to Kim, who is the finance director, she can let us know how much money we have in fund balance. So we always like to throw around the word taxpayers' dollars, but you're also throwing taxpayers' dollars around when you're using the resources of the city because we're working our employees to do the job. And if you take the money and you're giving a tax break down the road, you're still doing something with taxpayers' money. So let's stop using that as like a little cherry for someone to benefit or want to support an idea or a project. We have a redevelopment. Give them the money to redevelop and do the plans that they have to do. So it's not a do this and we'll give you this. It should work parallel. So we economically develop downtown and other parts of the city, and we also create affordable housing because that's what they're working on.
Well, thank you for that, and I think under item number 12, we will discuss in a big way how the city's probably, if that is approved, will be funded. We're still on item number 11.
Mr. Davis, question for you. What I've heard here tonight about separating the two possibilities. What does that look like? How does that impact us, not impact us?
On the legal side, you could, anyone could make a motion to approve the agreement striking the section regarding Union Point Park. If that were passed, you have a proposal now to the Kessler Group. You haven't done anything. You've simply changed.
You're going back to the drawing board.
You're going back to the drawing board, and you've taken a legal step, and you've not gone anywhere. So if that's the path that you're on, I would direct staff to reach back out to Kessler to see if that is a possibility.
Okay, so then we really wouldn't be signing an MOU. It would not be the document before
No,
us
ma'am.
this evening.
That's not what the parties have been discussing. I understand the notion to change it, but I think if you want to present yourself as a good partner and a communicator to the other party, that rather than take legal action and create a misperception, I would reach out to them and ask them, is that possible?
My second question, at what point can we say, this doesn't work for us? Is it, say we go forward with the MOU, and I don't know what the first step is. I don't know if it's talking to National Park, which is going to take a year or maybe 2 years. Is it, permitting at what point, or does the MOU have a life? Does it have a 24-month span? What point can we say, see ya?
Yes, ma'am. The expectation would be to move forward in good faith soon.
It's just a good faith.
Now, to start answering these questions so that a development agreement, a contract, would follow in a matter of months, not years.
Well, but don't we have to resolve the park issue?
That would be those conditions would all be spelled out in the development agreement. If this, then that.
But what I don't understand with this is, and help me please, if the National Park, Forestry, whatever, the National Park Service has to approve an alternative site, and that process takes a year, We're saying that we're okay with exploring this opportunity so they can start making plans and preparations for this site. What if the National Park Service comes back and says, no, you don't have any valid options? So now a whole year has been wasted on this Union Point site when there's not an option.
Yes, sir. I think what the expectation is that we, with great precision, can address the phase one, the primary projects, recognizing that the secondary project is going to have more guidelines and standards to deal with rather than deliverables because there are simply too many questions. But we've got to get off the mark. If the primary projects are going to go forward, we've got to find a way to address them all in some respect, recognizing that the secondary project is not going to have the level of detail because we simply don't know.
Scott, in regards to, just for clarifications, because I've gotten these questions too, the Kessler Group actually purchased the Elks building, correct?
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
purchased.
Yes.
It's in their name.
Yes, ma'am.
So if none of this happens, they still have this Elks building?
Just like the last developer, yes, ma'am.
Right, thank you. I just want to clarify that.
Scott, let me ask you a question. If we apply to the national parks and we have to find suitable property to replace the portion of the park, would suitable property require it to be waterfront?
Yes, sir. My expectation, and listen, we don't need to be cute about this. I think the Sudan Temple property is the target property, right? That is the most logical replacement, comparable property that I can imagine the National Park Service agreeing to. So I would expect that would be something that they would consider, and I would expect there to be a condition that we find a way to connect the two for pedestrian access between the peninsula and that Sudan parcel.
And would this be the first step for the Kessler Group in the city of New Bern is to get this permission?
No, sir. No,
because
sir.
there'd be really no need to even proceed if they couldn't get this.
Well, and that's what I'm saying is, and again, this is all subject to further discussion with them, but what I'm imagining is that we would have a development agreement where we have all of the issues resolved for the primary project, Talbot's Lot and the Elks building. We will have that locked down. We will understand what their specific ask is. We'll understand what's in it for the city, and we can understand that so that they can break ground and move forward. We don't want to wait years for those projects to start. At the same time, we can start working down the path if we ever get there, right? If we get there, we will work down the path toward the Union Point Park parcel. And all we can do at this very first stage is identify all the steps and all the obstacles to get there, but with some parameters around that project. The parameters being, we're going to move forward with that project subject to all the approvals that are required, provided that the city's going to reserve X feet along the waterfront, that restrooms are incorporated, that public has access. All those issues would be more scoped out, but it would lack the precision because we won't know what that project looks like until years in the future. Because that project, understand, is going to be, if it ever happens, even if everything goes perfect, you approve it, everyone is happy, we're still talking about 4 or 5 years from now before that would ever start.
Once an agreement is signed, not necessarily
After
from
an
today.
agreement is signed.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
not from approving an MOU.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
I would hope that if, staff goes back based on however we go here, that regardless if Union Point is on or off the table, that if they did come here and love New Bern and wanted to develop it, that 1 and 2 will move forward without having Union Point being disrupted. Because if that's the main factor, then did they really want to come here and create economic development and jobs for our community? I'm done.
At the end of the day, unfortunately, I just think it's a business decision. You're a business person. I think you understand. It may be that the economics need to work for all three to work for one. I don't know. I will tell you that there has been, and Lynn, you can help me, I think it's been 4 offers, 4 on the Elks building, and 4 of them that fell through, and that was spending about $12 million total in that building, and nobody could sustain that. Nobody could sustain the model. They couldn't borrow the money. They couldn't do anything, and that's why that building has been like that. Everybody, 20 years that building has sat there.
Yeah, but I am familiar with a group, I'm not going to disclose that was interested in the Elks building, and they weren't getting the same incentives or possible incentives to build up that building.
I understand, but they had to buy it from the owner. We didn't own it. The problem was the owner was not willing to make it work financially, and the other people that were trying to buy it had to buy at, let's say, $1 million or $1.5 million. They were not willing to take less than $2.25 million because that's what it sold for. So that was the problem. They couldn't get in the front door, and then when they went to borrow, they could not make the economics work. And these people are going to put $25 million. They have the money to do it right, and they paid the $2.25 million.
Who did we offer incentives to the Elks building?
We didn't. We never
I
did.
mean,
Nobody said
This talks about incentives in regards to trying to go and get grants and trying to help them in regards to that building. That's what was stated. So I understand your statement. I am a businesswoman. I'm a realtor, and there's good business and there's bad business. So as a representative, I'm never going to have a client and take them to somewhere or put them in a situation where they're going to purchase a home and it's not good for them because they can't afford it. So I do understand the concept of business, but like I've always said on this board for the 4.5 years that I sat here, I don't care that it's election season. I'm always going to stand on my morals and my truth. We are elected by the people, and when the people come here and speak about the concerns, because they are taxpayers, it's very important for us to listen, because we would not be in these seats if they didn't put us in office. That's our responsibility. But I also do sit up here as a citizen that does pay taxes. I own my home, and I live in the city. I shop and eat and enjoy entertainment in the city. I love Union Point Park. I go whenever there's something to do or it's feasible for me to go. But we do have a lot of hotels here. Does a hotel need to be directly over there? No, I don't believe that. So I feel like, yes, I hear what Alderman Odom is saying about 30 days. It can, if that's what we do to push it back to get an understanding, I'm still on the statement of the Elks building in Talbot, or even the Elks building, should be able to move forward without us having that decision in regards to Union Point Park, because if they care about the city, they're going to listen to the people.
You just heard several of our experts here in New Bern, TDA, Chamber of Commerce, and that there is a need for hotel rooms. And I guarantee you that the owner of how many Grand Bohemian hotels? 17 Grand Bohemian hotels has investigated the need of additional hotel rooms in New Bern before he decided that he wanted to spend all this money here.
But it was also stated that there's hotels and they're half not occupied. So I would love for you guys to email me the statistics and data of the hotels, because is it the fact that they're not directly in downtown? Because I live near 3 hotels.
So it
So it's
ebbs and flows,
convenience.
because
Is
no,
it
it ebbs and
convenience?
flows. We can't attract conventions because we can't get enough rooms. To attract a 500-person convention, you need at least 200 rooms, at least. The requirement for a convention to come here is that it is within walking distance of the center. We don't have the number of rooms to meet that. Therefore, they're going to Greenville, North Carolina, Wilmington, Jacksonville, other cities that are providing this, and we're now behind. We were ahead of the mark when we built in 2000. We're behind the mark now. Is that correct, Melissa? And so the reason that they're empty, and he said they were empty, is because hotel rooms ebb and flow. During the week, you might have some business people, and then comes Thursday, you start getting what they call onesie-twosie business, right? And you get all the visitors and other people coming in, and then it fills up. So it ebbs and flows. Nobody at any time, in any convention hotel city, I don't care, you can go across the country, is going to have 100% occupancy at all times. It's not the way it works. I think we shoot for about 80. 80 is good. 85, is that right? And so if we can have 80 to 85, that's profitable to our hoteliers. So
No,
that's what
and I
we're-
understand, because
Yeah.
I've also worked in the hotel.
Right, so you do understand.
The evening part of doing the work, but my main issue, or the things that I always say is that, I'm all for economic development. Especially entrepreneurship. I say that, I fight for that. I don't want to use the word frustrate. It's just so concerning that we have these heavy discussions about all of this business coming in, but we don't have these deep discussions about the people that already live in this city that do not have affordable housing. That is so important to me. This is a form of housing because it's a hotel. I'm not against hotels being here. I'm against the fact that we can never find time to have conversations about the people that are suffering. Why don't we care, or why don't we have an understanding for the individuals that live in the city that don't have good housing? I mean, can we make a motion to table this, or give the staff 30 days to get back with the Kessler Group to see, where they stand? Or I would like to make a motion that we move forward with approving the MOU, removing the Union Point part out of the conversations.
Let me make sure I understood your motion. Your motion is to remove item 3.
No, yes, item 3 from the
But you also
MOU.
want the 30 days?
No, I'm asking 2 options. I don't know what everybody is wanting to do.
Excuse me, Mayor, but before Alderman Harris and Mayor make this decision, is there any other discussion by this board on this subject before y'all make this motion?
Well, I mean, they can make a motion.
That's
but
what I was asking. Do we want to table it and have the staff move forward? Because we're just going to continue to talk about the same thing, and I know.
That's what I'm asking, is there any other discussion?
Well,
that the
I
board
do
wants
want to ask the attorney, if it's okay with the board, what would be the difference in approving a memorandum of understanding tonight and the due diligence on the part of the city with the questions, concerns of the public, and the discussions with the developer that they, for termination purposes, if we do not like the response of the developer to the questions, what is the difference in that and waiting 30 days, that in that 30-day period, are the developers going to come over here on the fence at whether or not we're going to do an MOU? Are they going to be as due diligent in preparing the information to answer these questions? Could we not, with the MOU approval, if we don't like the questions that the developer is asking, could we terminate our relationship? So I need some clarification on that, because I'm hearing quite a few things here.
Yes, sir. If you were to move forward with the MOU tonight, and tomorrow started a robust discussion with the developer, asking him all the questions that concern you, and you were dissatisfied with any vision or any issue, then you can back out the next day if you don't like it.
So, from a legal perspective, to try to get the concerns of the public answered legally, is it better to do an MOU and start the normal process that we are way ahead of the curve of providing transparency versus just going through a public hearing, which some cities do? We are trying to get the answers to the questions that concern the public and that enlighten the board more. Or do we wait 30 days? What's going to happen in 30 days? If somebody in this, 7 people on this board are going to have to leave this city tonight or wait 30 days. And an MOU tonight can be terminated next meeting, 3 weeks from now, 2 months from now, if we do not like the answers that the public has asked that we're getting back from the developer. I have questions from tonight. I will want answers. So, are we going to leave the city tonight? If the decision is no, that will not be the first no decision that in my years on this board. If it's yes, we will proceed forward and we will find these answers. And we will decide we do not want to get married as has been taught tonight. We do not want to continue. or we will. But in answer to the affordable housing, I was sitting on the corner. I knew what was coming down several years ago. I was asked to go to Mayola Milk Plant. I think I knew what was going to happen out there. And I was standing on the corner, and you know, you got to be pretty quick on your feet if you're the mayor. And the chagrin and the disappointment of Mayola closing, I was asked this question by a news reporter. Well, what are you going to do now? And I said, I'm going to try to go out and find 115 jobs to replace the ones we just lost. Well, I think, Mr. Davis, we did something similar to this. We had an MOU, and 23 parcels of property were assembled, and the city participated, and we could have terminated that MOU if we wanted, but no, with Alderman's leadership primarily, the Harris Teeter $40 million investment happened. But it started with an MOU that could have been terminated at any time if we couldn't work with the DOT, if we couldn't work with the zoning, if they couldn't acquire the parcels. But the journey started with the MOU that could have ended. We had to discuss choice as to if it was going to be Duke Energy or City of New Bern. We voluntarily kind of backed out because it was going to kill the deal if the geographic choice of Duke or so we had to give and take there. See, then we had to go to DOT and work out some entrances, egresses that were safe. We had to put a stoplight in. It started with an MOU. That didn't mean that the Harris Teeter Center, the largest Harris Teeter in the world, was going to come and happen there. It started the process. I'm trying to start the process tonight, and I might be a part of ending that process. Next meeting, 3 months from now, if I don't like the answers that you have asked, that Kessler is going to have to answer.
So, City Attorney.
Yes, sir.
So the best move for us tonight is to go forward with the MOU, that we still be in the driver's seat to make that final decision, that we don't run them away.
Sir, yes, sir. The political question is yours to move forward or not. The legal question is if you are not happy in the days that follow, you can put a stop to the process. Right? This does not obligate you to do anything other than keep talking in good faith. If you are all red lights tonight, spare me the misery, please. Right?
I want you to know, I know nothing about the sensitivity of the environmental issues. I can tell you, I have gotten permits before. The first question you ask when you go to get a waterfront permit, is it the 30-foot or the 75-foot rule? I would think it's probably, I don't know, but you get the man out there. When you get a man out there, you ask him if you can take this stump out, if you can put a bulkhead here, if you can backfill here. I've done that before. And on one of those occasions, happened to be my own house, a stump in my backyard, and I couldn't put a boathouse. I couldn't move the stump. I said, how many agencies, technically, between the building permit office out here, the state and the national and the clean water, how many agencies are there out there? You know how many there are? There's 27 of them. So I can assure you there are a lot of hoops to go through. And guess what? When they get through them hoops, they got to go through the HPC. Does anybody ever remember the term mass? The Crest building, the garden, the delay, the process. Does anybody remember the monolithic overmass, lack of mass on Crest? Too much mass when the Tolson group wanted to do the towers. These are not easy. They all start with somebody interested in investing money in your neighborhood. They don't start the process of going down to their bank and saying, can I have some money? I want to go to this little town named New Bern. that's the utopia of North Carolina, if not the Southeast. They don't go down there and say, the first question the banker says, well, what's your relationship with the city? Well, we don't have one. What do you mean you don't have one? Well, we had to wait 30 days to see. They decided not to provide leadership and move forward. But you won't start a process of borrowing money, and your city down there doesn't even want to give you an MOU. Come back and see us when you got your affairs in order.
I doubt that'll happen.
They might go down there and say, the appraisal doesn't work out, the sensitivity of the environmental concerns don't work out, the amount of setback because it's a 75-foot, not the 30-foot rule. We don't know all this. I don't begin to know it. I can tell you there's a lot of hoops to go through. Start the process. If something doesn't work out, if we don't get the answers we want, we're going to get you the answers. If they are not the right answers, we can null and void that MOU.
If we null and void the MOU, can we do it just for the Union Point?
If they agree, right? We can't force anyone to do anything. They can't force the city to do anything, and we obviously can't force them to do anything. We've got to have a meeting of the minds.
The term leadership, it's not a lack of leadership if you decide to wait 30 days, because what's the sense of approving an MOU and not just having a conversation? They're business people. Why can't you have a conversation and get your questions answered before you sign an MOU? That's not lack of leadership.
That's a part of the process.
Architects,
what do you need
engineers.
an MOU for to answer the questions of what the citizens ask?
Probably the first thing they'll do is go to Little Washington and get a clean, they'll meet with clean water folks. And if they get a no, then that's it right there. Because there are a lot of sensitivity issues with that being on that waterfront right there.
I feel the need to do due diligence, and I can't, I can't do due diligence. Again, I have heartburn, especially after hearing a lot of people today and the past couple of days. I have heartburn about the Union Point side, but I don't want to miss something that I might have missed or not known about, or otherwise with all of the projects combining without doing my due diligence. And if the MOU doesn't bind me and allows me to do due diligence, we all buy real estate, you know that. You have a due diligence period, you sign basically an MOU, which gives you
a contract.
Well, but what let you have out. I just feel that I would
both parties agree.
Yeah, I would not be doing my job if I didn't listen to all sides, to this side, to that side, do my due diligence. And like I said, in 30 days, we could come back and say, no go. We're not any different than what we would. But I feel that I'm ready to move forward. I want to do the due diligence. I want to hear what they have to say. And we can back, as long as I know that we can back out at any time and we can walk away from this, I'm okay.
Part of that, first thing they're going to do is get a soil test. We all know what that used to be, don't we?
You're talking about the Union Point.
Yes.
That's exactly
They're
what
going to get a soil test.
But the people are
And if
saying
the
they don't want that to happen, so why can't you move forward with the Kessler Group on
The
part
Kessler
one and
Group.
part two? Because what you're saying and what it sounds like to me is like one of the gentlemen says, is that if Union Point Park is not part of the deal, everything is off the table. And that's how we sound when we say to do our due diligence. Why does Union Point have to be part of this conversation? Why can't we talk about 1 and 2?
Okay, well, if that's what you want to do. The problem with that is that they are not going to spend money on architects and engineers unless they know that the city is committed to their investments here in New Bern.
We are committed to their investments because we're going to work out incentives for 1 and 2. We're not committed, or some of us are not committed to disrupting Union Point Park.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. And so, given the 30 days to ask that simple question of if Union Point is off the table and whatever legal jargon you would like to say, are you still wanting to move forward with 1 and 2? If the answer is no, then they never wanted to invest in the city without disrupting Union Point.
But that's why you do the MOU.
Or you ask the question, if Union Point is not on the table, do you still want to move forward with 1 and 2? That's a simple question.
I want to give an answer to that. That was my question.
This is the elected officials' discussion. Sir, we didn't, point of order. This is the discussion phase of the public officials. If any two members here make a motion second to start public discussion, I will agree with that because I always do. But if they don't, there's no public discussion right now. This is the phase of the City of New Bern elected officials discussion, staff included sometimes. Thank you.
I feel we need to move forward with the MOU, and therefore, during the conversation, we can decide what we're going to do. Therefore, we get all the answers that we're looking for to go ahead and move forward. We don't know if this opportunity is going to come about again, okay? So we need to move now. We're the ones that's making the decisions, and that's what we have to do. You have to, sometimes it's hard, but you got to make the call.
So make the motion.
I make a motion that we move forward to the MOU. That's my motion.
And I'll second it, John Gray.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Does everybody understand the motion?
Is that enough for you, Mr.?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Davis?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, starting with Alderman Bengel?
Alderman Bengel?
Yes.
Alderwoman Harris?
No.
Alderman Astor?
No.
Mayor Outlaw?
Yes.
Alderman Kinsey?
Yes.
Alderman Best?
Yes.
Alderman Odom?
No.
Okay,
Motion
and
carries.
so would you give the total?
Yes, 4-3.
Okay. Let's go to the consent agenda.
Can I make another motion or a suggestion?
Well, yes, if you want to stay on item number 11, we can do that.
Yes,
ma'am.
I would like to make a suggestion that the staff go back and talk to the Kessler Group about the question in regards to the project 1 and 2 without Union Point and receive an answer back on that.
And that's, I agree, I have no issue with that whatsoever. I just want to keep the discussion moving. And Mr. Siegel, because I see you in here, just one comment, Mayor, would you allow me to make a comment? You know, please, happy to get you good information. I feel a lot of what's happened is because there was not good, correct information. I had to school one of your reporters on an MOU who didn't know what an MOU was. So it makes it difficult. So please, I'm at your service. I'm happy to provide you with any information. I just want to make sure that good information is out there and that we are trying to proceed with do our due diligence, that nothing's in stone yet. So thank you. I appreciate
Alderman
it.
Harrison, did you have anything else on that?
That was the only thing I had, and I don't know what the board's...
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, does the board have an issue with staff moving forward to have that discussion about phase 1 and 2 and leaving off Union Point?
I thought that's what we were going to do.
No, the MOU was to move forward with everything. We didn't,
But we were going to still have a discussion.
we didn't state that.
With the Kessler Group.
They'll move forward.
No,
with
it's
that.
not approved. It was
No, the MOU, he's talking about the MOU.
Right, the MOU did not pass.
It did.
How did it pass?
It passed.
The MOU passed 4-3
Okay.
on number
Oh,
11.
4-3, okay.
Okay, consent agenda?
Mayor, may I make
Yes,
a
ma'am.
statement, please? Can we have a small recess before we
Oh, yes, ma'am.
move forward?
Go ahead and make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we take a 10-minute recess.
Okay.
10 minutes.
Motion second, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say we're going to go to a recess. We got a form here, we ready to start back? Let's go ahead and get the consent agenda.
Yes. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as is.
Second.
Motion second, is there discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same. Let's go to item number 12.
9.
I'm sorry, we did 11, I'm sorry. Let's go to 9.
Okay, Mayor, the next item is a presentation of cost estimates to construct roads and install utilities on unimproved rights-of-way in Pembroke. At this time, I'd like to ask Al Cablé to come up and make his presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the board. Pleased to bring this item before you. A bit of time as I get my sea legs here.
First of all, welcome, Al. We're glad you're here.
Thank you. Yes. That was quite a hearing.
Welcome to New Bern.
I miss seeing all of you in the audience, though, so thank you.
Well, Mr. Mayor and members of the board, this item before you tonight was put together by staff in response to wanting to know the unimproved right-of-ways in the community called, as the council knows, as the board knows, as Pembroke. That was annexed in 1991. And what we have in the presentation, and I believe I can just put this forward to you. That's the area. The unimproved areas are about 27%. There's about 70 some odd percent is paved. The conditions and the conflicts, and I guess you would call them considerations that we've outlined for the board to consider what happened in resulting in these unimproved areas are soil conditions and drainage. Not to read it exactly word for word, but just touching on some of the high points. The other part would be the conflicts with, it's common to find buildings such as houses and structures that are sitting within existing right-of-way. Moving on, you also have considerations of underground utilities that are also conflicts within the right-of-way. One consideration that if we were to include, is covered in the last bullet, is with stormwater control measures that we have to put. We would be changing approximately 6.3 acres of what is now pervious area into impervious because of the roadways if we were to improve them to full improvement. So with that, the estimate that staff has come up with is in approximate dollars of $9.7 million. That covers full standard improvements, including the underground utilities as well. With that, there are some caveats that's covered below what the cost would be associated with that as well. But I will pause the staff presentation and stand for any questions right now.
I would like to, so it would help the board. Mr. Meadows, could you come up just a second? Would you mind coming up? I know you don't mind because you know all this stuff. Well, what year did you come to work with the city?
Sir?
What year did you come to work with the city?
1983.
And about 87 or so, they annexed, when you could annex, I believe Pinecrest and the Pembroke area, and immediately you guys went in there and tried to see what streets needed paving, what soil conditions, what contours, what drainage issues were going to be a problem. And if you could just, if you don't mind, you certainly would help me, and I know you'll help the other elected officials. What happened there? I know there were actually some legal questions. The attorney might not agree with me, but there were clouds on some of those right-of-ways or lack thereof. Prescription easements, just a lot of things going on. So tell us your 2 cents worth about that.
Okay, I mean, I'm getting old, I can't remember, but I think it was about 1990 when that annexation happened. And we annexed Woodrow, Pembroke,
Pinecrest.
Okay.
That's right.
Old Town was part of that, I believe.
No, that was later on.
But anyway, it was quite a bit of area that we annexed and I believe it was about 1990. And what you're required to do under the annexation laws, and we went out to Martin Marietta where it exists today, but you're required to be able to provide the same services that you provided to everyone else, or that was back in the day when you could annex, but you really can't forcibly annex anymore. And what we did, specifically, we're talking about Pembroke, we did the same thing in Woodrow, and we did a little of that in Pleasant Hill. There were unimproved streets that folks lived on. There were platted right-of-ways. When you do a subdivision, you plat right-of-ways, and generally contractors or developers build streets. But in this case, when we did the annexation, in order to be able to provide the services and be fair to the folks that we annexed, we went in and looked at every street that in those areas that folks resided on, and if they did not have access to a paved public street, the city chose to improve those streets in Woodrow, Pembroke, and in Pleasant Hill, and put those folks, in basically the same condition as everyone else.
But they didn't do any private, they did everything that was a dedicated right-of-way.
They were public, dedicated right-of-ways. And you have, today, I don't know, I'm sure someone in the city can tell you, but there's probably 20 miles of unimproved streets that have been platted in the city of New Bern.
Mm-hmm.
But again, the policy of the city of New Bern has always been that developers develop streets. And what the city chose to do in the case of Pembroke or whatever, that those folks who were brought into the city and were going to be faced with taxation from the city funded the full cost of building those streets. Mm-hmm. Any other streets that have been built in those areas, to my knowledge, since that time, either the developer did it, or I remember a couple of times when we were there, the residents who wanted to do it worked with the city, we worked with them, but they paid for the extension of the street. So that's basically how you got where you are.
Well, don't go anywhere, but I want to go to the attorney minute and come back to you. Legally, it's when you involuntarily annex, you have 1 or 3 years, I can't remember, to provide those services. What is it?
That's right. I don't recall the years, Mayor, but just to put a finer point on what Danny's saying, Danny, my recollection too is, just to be clear, that if there was a home halfway down a block, we would run the street to the home. So that's why some of those streets stopped short, because when it was annexed, we made sure that every homeowner had a driveway that connected to a paved surface. Anything that was vacant was going to be the responsibility of a future developer to come in and pave that street to access those vacant lots.
Mm-hmm. So was anybody disenfranchised as far as if there was a public right-of-way, was anybody not provided paved asphalt streets in that area? Did we miss anybody?
I could sit here and say, in my opinion, no. And in my recollection, no. Because I would have definitely heard it.
So
back in those days.
Are we saying that if somebody has a 5-acre, 10-acre tract, they would need to put in their road system for that tract? But if we had somebody that's on the vacant lot for 20 years, that's just now moving back to the area, and there's a dedicated right-of-way and the road's not paved, I kind of feel like the city would be obligated. No? If it's a public right-of-way?
No. And that's the confusion that's about.
Well, not on a private road, but if it's a public right-of-way.
No.
Okay.
By general statutes, a platted street is a platted street until it's developed and improved and accepted by the city of New Bern. Now, the caveat on that is, and that's what I always tried to tell the board, and I'm retired now, so I can tell you guys, it don't make any difference.
Right.
What I always tried to tell the board, we need to be careful, because in that general statute, it says, if the city does any maintenance within a platted right-of-way, then that, by the law, can require you then to maintain that street.
That's exactly right.
So that's what you have to be careful of. Because like I said, you've probably got 20, 30 miles of platted streets in this town. Mm-hmm. And, if you won't spend that money, but that's what developers do, is build roads.
Well, I did not know the policy in the city. Go ahead.
I've never met you, but I hear so much about you. I had called George and spoke to him, because when I saw that number, I was like, maybe there was a miscommunication on what I was asking for. So this is great information. I appreciate that. I think I was going back to the presentation in regards to like where it was like streets or gutters, or one side could be a street, ditching in the Pembroke area.
If you're talking about, I'm old, I can't hear, and that mask don't do me any good. I cannot hear you.
Let me use my New York voice. In regards to Pembroke, when it comes to the gutter, ditching, and having sidewalks, that's what I was really wanting to get an understanding on. I remember that George put together information in regards to being able to put streets on some parts inside of that, and that's really what I was trying to get out. I think there was a confusion with the right-of-way because it was just that one piece of plot of land, but being here and all the work and your expertise, do you think that sidewalks can be put in Pembroke in some sides of the streets?
Sidewalks in Pembroke?
Yes.
My personal feeling, no. I mean, you have no curb and gutter. There's really no place for them. I understand, but again, we go back to the thing. Again, I'm retired, I can say this.
Mm-hmm.
The city does not, the policy of the city of New Bern is not to build sidewalks. We maintain sidewalks that developers build. And, you can walk on the edge of the pavement and be just as safe as you are on the edge of the road in a neighborhood like Pembroke, because you're not running 50 miles an hour and this and that. If you have curb and gutter and want sidewalk, that's fine. But again, and I'm a taxpayer now, for the city to go out and just willy-nilly start pouring sidewalk everywhere, that's a developer's job for us, I'm concerned.
Understand. I think the main
And
issue.
if I wanted to be in a neighborhood, that had sidewalks, I would move.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we go back to,
everybody can't do that.
right, exactly. And this is not geared towards you, it's the general conversation. I think the main issue is there's not any streets in Pembroke.
Yeah.
And the children walk on the road. And that is, yes, sidewalks, my bad, sidewalks. There's no sidewalks. It's been a long night. I got a migraine. Yes,
I
thank
understood
you.
what you're talking about, okay.
So Pembroke would like some sidewalks.
There's no sidewalks in my neighborhood either.
You don't have any sidewalks over where you live?
No.
Going into Pembroke?
Not on my street, I don't, not down my streets.
Not every street, but they understand that not every street in Pembroke is gonna have sidewalks.
I don't know, I knew you would know. Anybody else have a question for the former Public Works Director?
No, I thank you for giving me the opportunity, and I appreciate what you folks do.
Well, thank you, Dan.
It's,
Hey,
I feel good sometimes when we get into these.
how are all our projects that you're helping us out with going while we got you? How are they going?
They're moving along good. We've got the first Cat D project on the street, and, we've got two of them out now, right? And, so that's working along. Cat A is about finished, and, so I think things are going well.
Okay, buddy, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and just a point of clarification, the annexation was 1990, but it was amended to 1991. Got the document right here, courtesy of the...
Would you back up to that very first slide?
Yes, sir.
It showed I'm assuming this is showing, what does the blue represent? Unimproved streets?
Yes, sir. I also...
Or green, or whatever color it is?
It has the paved portion too. We just had GIS run it. We did not have a chance to put it into the presentation, but we can get that to the board.
And are all these streets cut through just as the map shows?
Yes, they're platted as Danny had mentioned.
Okay.
That concludes our presentation. There's anything else, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Go right ahead, Bob.
So, Alderman Harris,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
thought this was referring to when we were speaking at, I guess our meeting last month or about the unpaved roads in Pembroke. Is that what?
This goes back to, in July of last year, when I asked about that one road to get some pavement on it. But also when, George created the Pembroke Community Sidewalk installation, and pathed out where it was. I can forward you guys this. At that time, the estimated cost was $422,000 to be able to put sidewalks in a specific area in Pembroke so that people have sidewalks to walk on. And that's what I was really wanting to come back on, because the number is not 9.7 million, it's $422,000. You know, they've been asking for some sidewalks, and I'm going to continue to ask for sidewalks. I think there's a equilibrium spot on this when it comes to sidewalks. I just feel we have to keep going and looking and seeing what we can do, whether it's grants out there or something. But, you know, to give a community sidewalks, it means a lot to them to have some sidewalks. And I'm going to forward this email to you guys so you can see the presentation. And I think $4,200,000 is a lot more reasonable than 9.7 million.
So Alderman Harris, you're saying there's no sidewalks in Pembroke at all? Not one street?
I've not seen a sidewalk in Pembroke.
Wow.
I can tell you that, and Sabrina knows this from the historic district, there are quite a few streets that would not have sidewalks if they were not one-way. Now, I know that's quite a change from usual two-way traffic, but the only way on some of these streets, as narrow as they are, that you could do it, you would have to do one-way, and then you could do sidewalks.
Yeah, I understand that.
And you're going to probably have to, what's your experience with that? Have you had situations where, obviously, for 50 years, somebody's had two-way traffic, and in order to put sidewalks in, you've gone to one-way?
No, sir.
Well, you were supposed to say yes, you had, and where, and how great it was.
What was the question that you gave?
You would have to, I asked him if he had occasion in his various different capacities, if they had taken a two-way street and made it one-way and then had plenty of room for a safe sidewalk.
Oh, okay.
That's what you have to do, is make it one way to do it.
That's a great idea.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, I will say that we've had 2 meetings, the MPO's had 2 meetings now. I know Carrie's been there, Jeff's no longer here. We've had a police department representative, but the plan to update the bike and pedestrian plan, which is not what I really asked for us to do. I just asked to kind of update the plan, but we're going through the whole motions. That plan should be ready sometime this spring, and I've asked them to tier it to look at the high priority sidewalks, which would be to fill gaps in where we've got new development, where we've got a sidewalk and then there's a gap and then there's a sidewalk. That would be like priority 1. And then the next level down would be to get from neighborhoods to main corridors. And then the third would be residential neighborhoods, because there's a ton of residential neighborhoods that don't have sidewalks. So we would have to figure out, prioritize those. I know
absolutely.
Some communities, we've done studies and they don't have vehicles, so there's more pedestrian traffic. So all that would need to come into play with that. But I just figured I'd let you know that's where that update's at. It should be to us sometime in March, I think they said. March or May.
So with the
Are they going to continue to connect? Because I know that we spent, I think it was $250,000 for that corridor all the way to Trent Woods. It stops, and hopefully they decide to pick up putting a sidewalk there so that we can actually connect the communities. But actually, because I haven't drove over there, is there sidewalk going from the Pembroke area being able to get to the Vault Center? Are we?
Yeah, that's what we're
Yes.
doing.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Mr. Hughes, where are we on our $250,000? I know we talked about that today. Could you update the public?
That's actually coming up for another agenda item in a few minutes, if you'd like to wait till we get to that.
Okay, if you want to wait, but I know it all ties into this, because I know that, I sent staff some pictures of some issues, and the the Duffield area the other day, and I will tell you is frankly, if you would go over there and shave off some of the overgrowth of grass and dirt, you probably get another couple of feet of roadway. And it's just not safe. I mean, there are some very dangerous streets that I just really think you need to agree up and get some sidewalks on for the health and safety of our citizens.
And
Tying in the workforce development and the future Stanley White.
Did we
And
receive
the
that machine?
connectivity to Trent Woods.
Did we receive that machine in, that does that? I remember on the budget last year, I think it was budgeted with George saying that we were getting.
Well, he got some type of a lawnmower with a disc on the front. And, you know, if you're in a nice area that's got about 2 inches of growth on it, that disc is fine. But for some of the issues, you got a mechanized piece of equipment with a wire brush on it's what you need to kind of mulch and macerate it.
And, Mayor, I'm glad that you made that statement about some streets over in Duffield, because that's an issue that I'm trying to work out right now with Public Works, because Garden Street is one of those streets.
That's a bad one. You
Yes,
really need
very
a
bad.
sidewalk there.
Yes, and far as other streets are concerned, also, I don't know if you took a look at Lincoln Street and the Public Works.
Sampson Street?
Yeah,
I mean, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right, well, that's part two of, in redevelopment and some of the meetings there, Alderman Best, that as they're acquiring properties, they're gonna look again at, because those streets, like the avenues, are so narrow, they have acquired a bunch of properties on First, I believe, and First Avenue, and they're gonna go in there, and they'll either have to make it one way or sidewalks just one side of the street where there's no houses now. That's been a lot of the problem, like the mayor said, the streets are so narrow, you know, where Miss Sampson is, the street is really narrow there, so how do you do that to provide space for the vehicle? But, you know, I think that's gonna be part of that overall plan. Maybe we have to reroute things and make them one way to provide at least one side of the street sidewalk.
Well, I agree with that. In certain areas, there is no way you can put, you know, a sidewalk in if you don't have that street to be a one-way street. But when I'm referencing Garden Street, that's a two-way street. And I just see that there's enough space there on one side of the street. And like the mayor said, when you go in and you edge back some of that growth, the same problem I'm experiencing over on Lincoln Street, and the Public Works Department, we do have a project going where they're taking out some trees on that street, which created some issues for cars passing on a two-lane street. So that project is going forward, but we'll talk about that more later when we get sidewalks.
I know that Alderman Kinsey the other day had 3 DOT staff members and yourself and some other of your staff, but, you know, kind of immediately, his safe roads money that he was able to get through Hugh Overholt, another very important thing is tying into the community college, all the safe roads he's already been able to get for his area. But you're going to have to, and we talked about this a little bit the other day with Alderman Kinsey, remove all them pine trees that are, you know, putting all that pine straw out on Glenbury Road between the fuel mark and the overpass.
Right.
I mean,
We don't own that property though, why isn't that the responsibility?
well, I don't know exact right of way, but I'm sure there's enough right of way there. There's probably more right of way there than we know. But,
Gotcha.
you know, we probably need to go in there and get those trees cut in preparation for the sidewalk.
They're supposed to get back with us within, 30 days or
Yes,
so?
sir.
To let us know that what they're gonna do about cutting those trees back to keep the pine straw off, because it's gonna come, once the bridge is done, that's when the new sidewalk's gonna come in. It's already included in the plan.
Great. Well, that's good that you got that straightened out. So, what's the board, what do you want to do with this study?
Oh, that was it, that we were just, you know, giving information, you know, just so the public knows and understands the process, and again, thank you.
Well, I do want to say one thing about Pembroke and the need for workforce development and the tie into Trent Woods. Trent Woods is going to have every street is going to have a sidewalk. Now, that's what they're going to do. But having said that, I know that Alderman Odom has been like forever wanting to get that stamped concrete basketball court, and we're having to wait on FEMA, but it kind of looks like with $250,000, I think you're going to talk about that in a minute. We got like $50,000 we're using. I mean, here we are, like 5 months from the end of this fiscal year, and unless I get corrected, we got quite a bit of money that's not been appropriated yet. We know that those sidewalks are needed to tie Stanley White, Henderson Park, Garden Street into the sidewalks that the city got 10 years ago, going back to J.T. Barber. And we're just sitting here with this money in the bank, and I guess we're going to just hold it over to next year if we don't go and get some sidewalks built. But I don't know why we got to wait on Henderson Park or to Stanley White. We don't just go ahead and be putting that money to use right now. I don't get it. We don't have to wait on FEMA reimbursement or FEMA's approval to go put these sidewalks in.
Mayor, if we can get to the item on the agenda on sidewalks, you'll see what staff's going to be talking about.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions on this item?
Nope, that's it. I forwarded you what I was really looking to talk about in your email in regards to actual sidewalks and what George put together.
Now, I do want to, before we get off this item, Alderwoman Harris and Alderman Best, we were going to meet with staff, Public Works concerning, and we're going to get Danny Meadows, the history on this pump station. We still want to get that done, 7th Street. Please get a doodle and then we can all meet on that.
Yes.
Okay, item number 10.
Item number 10 is consider a resolution approving a water and sewer use agreement for 3436 Old Airport Road. The owners of this property propose to build a single-family residence on the property, which is currently outside of New Bern's municipal city limits. The development will have a calculated average daily sewer demand of 360 gallons per day. To facilitate the development, a standard water and sewer service connection can be provided to the property without the need for main extensions. Section 7474 of the Code of Ordinances requires the property owners to enter into a written agreement with the city for water and sewer use. A memo from Mr. Hughes is attached if you have any questions.
Board have questions? This is a normal where a citizen is asked to be annexed.
Yes, sir, that's on the agenda for next meeting.
Mayor, then I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution approving a water and sewer use agreement for 3436 Airport Road.
Second.
Motion and second. Is there discussion? Seeing none, let's have a roll call, starting with Alderman Odom.
Alderman Odom.
Yes.
Alderman Best.
Yes.
Alderman Kinsey.
Yes.
Mayor Outlaw.
Yes.
Alderman Astor.
Yes.
Alderwoman Harris.
Yes.
Alderman Bengel.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item number 12.
Next item is consider a resolution to amend the classification pay plan for fiscal year 21-22 to add Executive Director of Redevelopment Commission. So the Redevelopment Commission has been in place for 3 to 4 years now, and they've been relying on the work of Development Services staff. That staff has been quite busy with their day-to-day jobs, and dealing with the Redevelopment Commission has been difficult. I had several conversations with the former Director of Development Services. He did recommend that we add this position to help take some of the load off that existing staff. I agree with that assessment, and at this time we're asking for the board to consider adding this position. This would be at a pay grade of 27, which is a minimum salary of $71,763, midpoint salary of $94,279, and maximum of $116,795. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
The only question I have to start this off, I'm all for this position. I'm going to vote for it, but I think some of the aldermen will want to be involved in the scope of work and the relationship and the communication levels that would be needed between the zoning, development services, and the housing authority to make sure we're all communicating better. So I know that there are several aldermen that are very concerned about this, and I would like to have...
The thing I'd like to say
yes,
is
ma'am.
I want to make sure that we are hiring the best and the brightest. This community and this redevelopment commission, we need somebody that has been in this game for a while, understands it, knows it, and can go to work. I don't need to train somebody on the job. And if we have to up the salary, whatever, I assume you would come back. I know you put a range, you had to start somewhere. But I don't want that to preclude us from hiring the best and the brightest, because they're out there, and if we have to get a headhunter or somebody to find them, I just want somebody that's going to come in and take the commission where they need to go. The issue has been they haven't had full-time leadership, but that was because they didn't have a full-time director. They had someone who had other duties in other places, so no fault of Mr. Ruggieri's. It was just that was not his full-time job. This will be a full-time job that they will key in and look at this and make sure that.
And I would like to ask if you would serve, if Alderman Bengel, Alderwoman Harris, and Alderman Bass would work with the staff, if you want a Zoom meet or whatever, to develop the scope of work.
And I think I had asked Foster about that as well, and I think what he'd like to do is have some of the commission members should be involved as well.
Right, absolutely.
And they should be part of the meeting.
Well, that would be what
because-
you three would decide.
Right, but they should also be part of it, since they're going to be the ones working with the director and moving forward. So I would assume you
Yes,
get
ma'am.
with the chair, or maybe in the vice chair of redevelopment, and they could maybe appoint 2 or 3 people as well.
So you can make a motion?
No,
So you-
I got something to say. We
So-
gotta go
so
down
we're-
the line.
So what are you saying, that you're going to be dissolving some of the members of the redevelopment commission?
Dissolving?
Yeah, some of the members that's already there now.
No, she was saying that some of the members should be involved in
the
selection.
In the selection.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. So what you're saying is you're going to be using some of the members that is already currently a member of the redevelopment commission.
Well, to work with however the hiring I'm talking about hiring the executive director.
Gotcha.
In looking over this, under education and experience, I would rather scrap the first couple of lines and make sure that they have a master's degree, that they've worked in planning, engineering, architect, that this is what they've already done. And again, because it's been a hot topic in regards to, DEI, which is diversity, equity, inclusion. I really would like to, make sure that the commission is a part of the selection process, and that, even if we do have to get a consultant to go and look for someone, but they have done this work, they have proof that they've done this work, because I just don't want to get anybody that may have, some pull in the community and they know how to galvanize and communicate. I want someone that's done the work, because this is important. So that is one of the big things. I am going to be in support of approving this, but I would like to go back to that, that they have a master's degree. That's important to me. You've mastered the field that you're in, and this is important. And, if we have to up the pay, then I'm fine with that as well, but this is very important that we have the best person for this job.
At some point, I would hope that the 3 of you would report back to the full board, whatever you see.
I'm going to take, between Foster and Sonia, they're going to have to set up the process and the application and decide that. Then we'll just work with them as we've done in hiring any of the people that we've hired. So, are you okay with that?
Well, from our discussions recently with the Housing Authority and some of the very positive moves they're making, it's more and more brought to my attention how important the Redevelopment Commission and Housing Authority City and Neighborhood have got to work. And I think that,
I'll take
Mr.
their
Hughes, you
consultant
can.
all day. If their consultant would come, I would take their consultant all day long. He's amazing.
But we for the best interest of the residents, we've got to move that communication level along a little bit better than what we've had.
Yeah.
Well, I support better communication and getting things together, but they have a lot that they need to do over there, and we need to focus on making sure we take care of what we got going on before we, we're going to support. I know we'll support, but the redevelopment is one of the biggest things that have been important for the last 3 years. And, like the comment, some people may feel that they haven't done a lot at this moment. Obviously, you need funds, but I do feel that they have garnered the respect and majority of the trust of the community with all of the things that have been going on, working with Habitat, Mr. Reggie, and everything that's going on. We need someone that is going to be the best fit for this. So if there's no other comments, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt a resolution to approve MOU.
No, amendment.
Oh, that, okay, okay, look at that. It's been a long night. A resolution to amend the classification pay plan for fiscal year 2021-2022 to add the executive director of the redevelopment commission.
Second.
Motion and second, is there discussion? Seeing none, let's have roll call, starting with Alderman Bengel.
Alderman Bengel?
Yes.
Alderwoman Harris?
Yes.
Alderman Astor?
Yes.
Mayor Outlaw?
Yes.
Alderman Kinsey?
Yes.
Alderman Best?
Yes.
Alderman Odom?
Yes.
Motion carries. Item number 13.
Next item is consider a budget ordinance amendment for FY 21-22. At this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Ostrom to come forward.
So the general fund is amended to appropriate $60,000 for the redevelopment commission executive director position that you just approved. The midpoint annual estimated salary of $94,279 plus benefits totals approximately $132,000. As we are about 58% into this fiscal year, there's $60,000 is estimated for the remainder of 42% of the year. The general fund is also amended to appropriate $6,500 for the fire department under the IT restricted account for the cradle point and antenna installation of 9 vehicles. This was approved and appropriated in fiscal year 21. However, it was not received and expensed until September of 21-22. The PO was not included in the rollover that was previously submitted a few months ago. Therefore, we need the budget to be amended to include this expenditure. The MSD fund is amended to appropriate $30,000 for the cost of surveys, trash receptacles, and parking lot signs, which was approved at the January 26, 2022 meeting.
The mayor, was you gonna say something? I make a motion that we adopt the budget ordinance amendment for FY 21-22.
Second.
Motion and second, is there discussion? Seeing none, let's have a roll call, starting with Alderman Odom.
Alderman Odom?
Yes.
Alderman Best?
Yes.
Alderman Kinsey?
Yes.
Mayor Outlaw?
Yes.
Alderman Astor?
Yes.
Alderwoman Harris?
Yes.
Alderman Bengel?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Item number 14.
Next is an update on sidewalks. We'd like to ask Mr. Caplay to come back up.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, members of the board, pleased to bring this item before you. As the board may recall, as part of the current fiscal year budget, $250,000 was approved for the sidewalk improvements. What is contained, I believe I'm supposed to have the quicker.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were gonna.
Well, as the board can see in their packet, what's listed are the projects that staff is bringing forward to you that have been vetted as far as providing connections to existing sidewalk, as well as replacing damaged sidewalk. And previous approval that was given, the board may recall, is the Council Bluffs repair that we estimate right now to be at $60,000. That project has been contracted. We hope to start that according to the contractor in the next few weeks. So I will continue with my presentation. So this is Queen and Craven. That should start at the top, estimated $38,000. I'll just round figures and just go through it in the presentation. This sidewalk is for the National Cemetery. It takes it through and actually cuts the corner into the part of the cemetery, as you can see.
I want to correct Al, that's going adjacent to Pierce Park.
Pierce Park, yeah.
You need that one real bad, because anytime you have something at National Cemetery, everybody parks down that road. And they walk out in Oaks Road.
I'm just curious, why does it jut in like that?
We own that land now, and that's,
We do.
you're trying to stay off that corner.
Yes, sir.
Turning
Also,
range.
there's a stone wall that's adjacent to the road at that area, so that'll be a considerable expense to have to move that out of the way. So it just is a natural tie-in to the park and then onto the
Sort of
existing
meanders
sidewalk.
in through that area, avoiding obstacles. The connection for the one block for the YMCA. Well, I think I missed one where I wanted to show you before.
I think you're at the first, Al.
Yeah, there it is. I think this one right here. It's a country club that is quite a section of sidewalk that is badly needed. It's our greatest amount as far as it's being estimated at $77,000.
I don't really have a problem with any of this. I don't have, and I'm not going to put Kim on the spot tonight. I feel that there's sufficient fund balance. The city should look at additional funding and immediately, if you need to hire a consultant, figure out a network series of tying in the sidewalks that were already put in around J.T. Barber years ago, the Larksdale areas, tie them in Garden Street, bring them up in anticipation of the improvements at Henderson Park and the new Stanley White that tie in with, say, crossovers to First Street, to workforce development and other amenities. I think you should consider.
The engineer, Barbara, if you've been aware that George had the engineer, I know he came to look at Middle Street, and I had him go to 5 Points and look at the crosswalk there as well as First and Broad, to look at trying to do some kind of crossing light or whatever, because it's so dangerous to cross in that area too.
Mhm.
And I believe George is working with an engineer, and they're going to come back with ideas for how we can get people safely across those streets, because especially in 5 Points, it's really dangerous with all that traffic coming, and we're trying to, with building up that area, we need to get it safer. And also too, he's right, the J.T. Barber, I was back in there not too long ago, and it really needs some designated crosswalk areas.
Will, are you speaking of the area on Broad Street right there by where the service station used to be? Connect from there across?
No, it would be for where the new Stanley White's going to be, that crosswalk there going, so people could go to the Volt Center.
Right,
could
right down the
walk and
corner.
go that intersection there, plus the intersection at 5 Points.
I think 25% of the folks that are getting certifications at the workforce development are walking
Yes.
there to get them, and I know we can do more if we get the sidewalk program.
Well, see, that's where I want the tie-in to be. You come down Garden Street, you come across on down, cross over the Stanley White Rec Center, whatever, the ballpark there, and the sidewalk ties into 3rd Avenue, which...
Well, I think you should look at, we've already approved this is in the fiscal year budget. I think you should, maybe staff could report back to you and maybe next meeting, and maybe look at a budget amendment and really go ahead and tie it. I mean, I don't want to finish Henderson Park and Stanley White and then we start the sidewalk road. We ought to have that in place, as part of the completion.
Well, yeah,
What,
'cause
Jeffrey,
that's-
you got something there?
I was just gonna say, as long as it doesn't get damaged through construction. I mean,
Well, true,
oftentimes you
true.
build it and you have to tear it out and redo it.
Well, I'm not talking about
Yeah.
specifically at Henderson Park.
Right.
I'm just talking about tying it in the Greenway we talked about,
Right.
some of that.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't put those in right now.
But there's a dire need for a sidewalk down Garden Street, and I know Mr. Williams and Mr. Nelson contacted me in reference to that. That's a heavily traveled pedestrian street, and I'm requesting for, a sidewalk on one side of that street. And like you said earlier, Mayor, if you go and, I don't know the proper term for it, edge up that street there, you probably, there's so much street available there that we can have a sidewalk put in there.
Well, we had
What
that
is-
discussion, so.
Okay, what is the dimension of a sidewalk has to be by ordinance? Is it 5 feet?
18 to 22?
It is 5 feet, that is our standard.
I mean, you're talking about the sidewalk.
The sidewalk,
I
yes.
think it's what you're asking.
Right, the
5 feet.
sidewalks, 5
Yes,
feet?
ma'am.
So
5
is there any room for shrinkage? I mean, I know it's to 4.5 or 4?
Well, we do have it in the historic districts and the older sidewalks, those are 4. But the standard today that we build to is 5 foot.
So if there's an issue with that area, with the street, so why can't you put a 4.5 foot sidewalk there on one side?
We'll have to work it out.
Okay.
We'll look at that, yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, when you gentlemen decide that y'all want to go out again to look at that area, would you please give me a call and let me know? I don't have a problem with going out with you to look at the area, because I'm really concerned about the children in that area and those that walk down that sidewalk, because it's not only is it for a health reasons, but it's also for safety reasons as well, and that's what I'm looking at, because I just, that is one of the areas that I know Garden Street would easily tie into the green space that you were saying, to Stanley White, and on over to Broad Street and the Vote Center. So I would appreciate that. Just give me a call, let me know.
Will do.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
That concludes our report, Mr. Mayor.
Any action the board wants to take on this or this item?
Well, you want them to work on that Garden Street and come back and give additional
Yeah,
information?
that's, if we could, table this until they get an opportunity to go out and look at the Garden Street. Now, that's the street that I'm really main concerned about right now, and I know the other tie-ins is needed as well in that area.
If you want to see a safe system of sidewalks, go to Wilmington and go on the UNCW campus and see their stamped concrete crossovers. Calming. It in no way is invasive like Pollock Street. Sorry, Dan. By Triumph Palace, but this it has a little bit of a rumble to it, but it calms. It's very common. UNCW campus. Yes, state of the art. Any other news on item 14? Okay.
So you're talking about sidewalks, so somebody really needs to go out in front of the Triumph Palace, and it's not a sidewalk, I don't think it's a road, but that brick the state DOT installed years ago is falling apart, and I'm scared somebody's going to get tripped up in it.
We've actually had to replace some brick in there recently in the crosswalks and talked to Public Works about some areas that have dipped down, so they're working on those areas.
Good.
Would that be us doing it or state? Is that
No, that's
still
us
state?
now.
Even George Street, that's
Yeah,
back to
that's
us,
us.
so none of that is state.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That was a terrible job when they installed it.
Yeah, amen.
Let's go to appointments with Alderman Odom.
I have none, sir.
Alderman Betts.
None.
Alderman Kinsey.
None, sir.
Alderman
None,
Nance.
sir.
Alderman
None, sir.
Harris. Alderman.
None.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to attorney's report.
Nothing to report tonight, Mayor.
You mean you don't have anything else to say
No,
after
ma'am.
what you said
I'm talked out tonight, thank you.
City manager's report.
Just a reminder that our budget retreat will be this Friday at 12 noon in Development Services in the conference room.
Mr. Hughes, I really appreciate what you guys did with the letter. And, if I have failed this city as an elected official, it is not doing more about litter, fines. I'm not trying to get into a totalitarian type of policing and aerial surveillance, but there are certain areas of town, in my opinion, that are traveled heavily, but are, I could sit here and name them, where they invite, and I'll give you one as an example. Over by West New Bern Rec, in that curve, that's just a problematic invitation for littering. It's an area where folks, I think they literally wait till they get a lorry driving on, and I think they roll one down and throw trash out just because it's an area nobody sees them do it.
I had a comment come to me from Hydra. So Hydra has a cleanup committee that they work. They go out, I believe, once a month maybe, and they clean up an area. And what they came back and said to me was that most of the trash that they picked up in the downtown area and that surrounding historic district were cigarette butts. It was more of that than it was trash, as you're talking about. And so they asked about at Union Point Park, or maybe some of the other visible areas that we have even anywhere in our city, those smoke things, someplace to put your cigarette instead of flicking it on the ground. So if there was one of those containers, they might not put it as trash.
We can definitely look at putting some in. Historically, they don't really work. That's the problem with those. But we can We put them in.
It was just a
monitor.
suggestion, and I told them I would pass it along, but they said that majority of the trash they picked up were cigarette butts.
Well, if we could ever get the garbage trucks going to Tuscarora to comply, we'd have a grip on a lot of this. Anything on the city manager's report?
No, sir.
New business, Alderman Bengel.
Yeah, I do want to give an update. Alderman Harris asked me, so on Monday, it was myself and the mayor, met with the city manager, Assistant City Attorney Mosley, and we had members of the People's Assembly. I believe it was Jim Hackett, Antoinette Foskey, and Curtis Stewart were the three. And Assistant City Manager Marvin Williams was in attendance in the meeting. We had a great discussion about a job description and the duties of a diversity, equity, and inclusion officer. We threw a lot of ideas around. We agreed that we were better to work together, and we should find ways to work together. And they would like to still come and do a presentation to the Board of Aldermen. And I asked that potentially two of them work with staff together to put a presentation together, because there's a lot of things that we talked about in our first meeting. This was the second follow-up meeting. In our first meeting that are already being instituted. Sonia was also in attendance, and we talked about an internship program that's already started, where we're taking young people from high school and trying to expose them, or these are paid internships, into our different departments. We have somebody currently that's going to be working in the lab at the Water Resources Department, which I think is really a good thing. We all agreed that training was the most important thing that we had to do, that all departments and department heads needed this DEI training, and that a consultant, potentially instead of hiring a full-time employee, that we would get a consultant to come in and train. So we talked about that. So where we're at is trying to bring a couple from there and city staff together to look at a presentation. So that, I don't know if you have any questions.
No, do you remember in 2018 when I asked the board about the real consultant to come down here and talk about racial equity and diversity and inclusion? I still have that contact information. Dr. Caldwell was actually a part of that program. That's how I met him and Ariel. You met Ariel. And then he went out and developed his own business. But I would love to give that information to you, because that is one thing that
pass it to Foster.
I said a long time ago that we needed training on diversity and equity. But go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that's, I'm going to back away. I've given voice. They wanted voice, and I think it was important to have that voice. And so I think the staff and the
So are they
group
going to
work
be able to
together.
get on the agenda?
They're going to work together with them to try to put something together to make sure that we are.
And if Alderman want to participate when there's a next meeting, I'm only there until there's a quorum, and then I'll back out.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to go. If it was on a Friday that I was off, I'd be able to go, because I've met with them, with Antoinette and them before.
So, Alderman Bengel, you're saying that the People's Assembly and staff from the city is going to work together to come up with information that they will be coming forth to the board with a presentation?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
What else you got?
Oh, really, a sad note, because this is one of my favorite people, but our good friend Jerry Hobbins was a wonderful citizen in the First Ward. Passed away last week, and I'm so sad. For many of you remember, Jerry was the one who all he wanted to talk about was handicap accessibility, and how many times he walked up these stairs, he could barely get up them, but he did. He was a champion for downtown New Bern, lived here, moved here from the Bronx. I loved him. I loved talking to him. His wife had died several years ago, but my one regret is I promised him that this city hall would have an elevator. And I promise you that even though he's gone, when we do cut that ribbon and we open up that elevator, whether I'm here or not, I want something somewhere, and I will pay for it, to say, Jerry Hobbins wanted this.
And don't forget Miss Ethel Sampson.
Look, there's and Brandon Hildreth, because Brandon really, his mom, and they're the ones that really supported us through that, but yes, I'm
I
stressing.
will say that the bid opening for the elevator project is next Wednesday afternoon, so hopefully we'll bring this, we have time, we'll bring it to the next board meeting for the board to
Awesome,
review.
awesome.
So.
But I do want to send my condolences to Gary's family. Like I said, such a special man, and I will miss him greatly. That's all.
Okay. Alderwoman Harris.
All right, tonight I have a long list. First and foremost, Foster, thank you for letting me know that the chess table has been one chess table, which I'm excited about. Oh, two? I only saw one.
There's one at the Dryboro side on Queen Street beside the police department building, and then
Okay.
the other over at United Way Park.
Awesome. Have been installed, so anybody that wants to challenge me in checkers or chess, email me and I'll be there. And me and Ben Watford, I haven't told him yet, I'm going to force him to. We'll, not necessarily a ribbon cutting, but we'll go over there and we'll play some chess. Second, I was able to attend a movie premiere in Jones County from one of our own, Deasia Fulmore. And I just want to give her so much credit. She works full-time for the city. She participates with the redevelopment. She goes out into the community. She serves her community. And she created a masterpiece and produced her own movie. And it's actually in works with BET, so hopefully she gets that. But it was amazing. She did an amazing job, so I just want her to know congratulations and give her flowers on that. Another thing is someone in the community came to me because they were a little disturbed about a situation, and I'm not familiar with the situation, but they do live in Kings Row, and it has to do with getting reimbursed for watering their lawn. So I wanted to ask Kim if you could come up to the podium. Are you familiar with a citizen being reimbursed $400 for watering their lawn in Kings Row?
I don't have the amounts that they were reimbursed, but yeah, there was a reimbursement for some issue that they had with Public Works, and so therefore credit was put back onto their accounts. I didn't process that myself, so I'm not sure what those amounts are, and then we just transferred the money from Public Works to offset that in the water fund.
Can you explain why that was done? Because from under my understanding, we don't reimburse citizens for watering their grass.
Yeah, I can explain it.
Okay.
Danny was here with George, and the folks in the Kings Road community had some issues and some concerns because the FEMA contractor came in and reinstalled sod, and then they got pulled away to go to, was it Alabama or
Louisiana.
Yeah, wherever one of those hurricanes came through, and they were supposed to water the grass, and the city and the contractor promised them that they would do that. They didn't do it, so the residents water their own grass that is on the city right away, so they asked to be reimbursed for it.
Right, but we don't ever do that. I mean, because then that means citizens could come in when the city doesn't remember to or doesn't water the grass and ask for reimbursement.
Well, I think if the city's responsible for watering grass and they don't do it and the citizen does, they should be reimbursed.
But if the citizens decide to do it and not wait on the city to do it, I don't understand why we would reimburse them $400.
That wasn't the situation. The city didn't go out there and do what we said we were going to do. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Did they have the opportunity? So the city didn't have an opportunity to go out and water the grass?
We had plenty of opportunity to go out and water the grass.
Right, so we didn't have a way to rectify the fact that the grass was not watered, even though it's a part of the city's right of way, it's still on their property, and we reimburse them for watering their grass.
Forgive me, I don't mean to make this more confusing, but I think we're miscommunicating. The issue was new sod was laid down. This wasn't just watering the grass in the right of way that's already there. It was new sod that was replaced, that if it wasn't watered, was going to die.
So if another citizen did the same thing, are we going to reimburse them for utilizing their water to water the new grass? Is that a policy?
On the same facts, we absolutely should, yes.
Okay. The other question goes to Mr. Foster. I think 2.5 years ago, a deal was brokered into upfitting Omega Center for $75,000 so that it would benefit the community, the children to have somewhere to play basketball. They currently are not able to play basketball at the Omega Center for the
They've never been able
chandeliers.
to play basketball at that location.
Yeah, and the chandeliers, and we're not getting any traffic or utilizing it as much. Is there a reason why?
Well, we have offered a variety of programs over at the Omega Center since the upfit period, and we have not been successful with a lot of the programs. Even right now, we still offer senior walking, and I'll have to probably defer this to the interim Parks and Recreation Director, but we're still offering senior fitness and walking programs, after-school programs. A lot of the other programs have been hit and miss. Even when we did the Black History Month over at the Omega Center, we got no interest in that. We worked with the Community Resource Council, going door to door, issuing flyers to let the citizens know, and for whatever reason, citizens have not taken advantage of some of the programs that we have offered over at the Omega Center.
Okay, and when we decided to do this, was all this, like the data in regards to the foot traffic and what we were going to get, was that all discussed? Because for some reason, I just feel like we didn't get a good end of the deal, because at the end of the day, the main purpose is for the kids to get off the streets, not being in the streets, having something to do. Springtime's coming, summertime's coming, and they can't play basketball. And we don't have a basketball right now over in the Henderson Park area for specific reasons. So it's just a little frustrating that there really isn't anything for the children to do. That's been the concerns. I've gotten complaints, and people are just trying to understand
But
in
is
that
basketball
regard.
that's the only thing they can do? I believe, are you not offering other programs?
That's correct. We have offered a variety of other
But I mean, if
programs.
basketball's the only issue, then that's the issue. There's no basketball, but there are programs and things going on.
And
Right, but when
in
you're
the
dealing with the
summertime,
children-
we've offered our summer camp as well over at the Omega Center. And, from time to time, there have been some issues with air conditioning over there, so we've always picked up at the Omega Center. If there's been an issue, we've taken them over to West Newbern or wherever the field trips have been.
Have we thought about partnering with other community members that have an after-school program in regards to trying to see if we can work something out with them because the children need something to do, whether it's us providing it or another community providing it, because I do know of a program where it's actually free for the after-school program, but they have transportation issues, and I know we have transportation, so I'm just trying to think of that public-private partnership, because at the end of the day, it's not really about us, it's about making sure these children have something to do, they're being occupied so that they don't go and do things they're not supposed to. That's just my thought process.
Parks and Recreation is always happy to partner with agencies.
Okay, well, I'll have them reach out to do that, because I think that's important. The last thing we talk about the redevelopment commission. When it was formed, Ward 2, Ward 1, and Ward 5 is considered ex officios. I don't go to the meetings all the time, so anybody asking why I'm not there, I don't go to the meetings all the time unless I'm called or I'm needed, because I feel it's the responsibility of the commission to do the job, because whatever they decide to do, we've agreed that it's always going to come back to us to make a final decision. Am I correct? And I had the opportunity while at home studying to watch the last redevelopment commission meeting, and I was very disappointed to hear some of the comments in regards to the McCotter House. It's unfortunate for the past 2.5 years we've gone into the community, partnered with Habitat, Mr. Reggie, and all these other different community leaders, and told these citizens the things that we're trying to do, especially with the medical health facility, turning the McCotter House into that. And a statement was made that maybe these services should be moved over to the Stanley White Building. I don't agree that the services should be moved over to the Stanley White Building, because you don't want to compound it. Dealing with medical things, mental health is very private, and that's not something that you should put in a facility, because it's going to take away from the use of the facility. The McCotter House has sat there for a very long time, and a statement was made that where are we going to get the $125,000? Tonight, you see how we had a discussion in regards to incentives and trying to bring in the Kessler Group, and all of these other things where we find money to be able to upfit and create situations like the Omega Center. We found $75,000 to upfit the Omega Center, and technically we're not getting any use out of it. This is something that is needed in that community. If you put medical services in the Stanley White, they do have to walk. There are people that don't have vehicles. We're talking about elders. You can look at Miss Sampson. She's not going to walk from her house and go all the way to Stanley White to get services when she could get closer services over in that area by the McCotter House. So I would hope that the board can go back and watch that, listen to what the citizens have to say in regards to that. And I hope that we could find $125,000 to give the redevelopment, because we say it takes money to be able to upfit a building, or it's our building. We should be able to upfit it and put this program in there like we told these citizens we should do. And I know that the meeting for tomorrow was canceled. Not sure why it was canceled, but there's a special call meeting on that following, I think 2 weeks from now, where they're going to pick back up the discussion. So if anybody's interested, please go. I will be there. But I do think that we need to find the $125,000 that could fix this building that's been sitting there, so that that program could be implemented there like we told the citizens it was going to be there. I hate that every time it's something that needs to go on in the community, we either have to find the money, we got to find a grant, but we're so willing to find initiatives for other things to come into our city when we have people that are suffering and need needs in the community that the people are already here.
Harris, did you say that tomorrow's redevelopment meeting has been canceled?
Yes, it's been canceled.
2 weeks out?
I believe it's on the
That is
20th.
correct, the 23rd.
The 23rd. And that meeting is at 6 o'clock at the redevelopment building, development services. Yeah, so those are my comments. I appreciate it.
Alderwoman Harris, would
Yes.
would you like to meet with me and a constituent and Mr. Williams tomorrow at the McCotter House at 3 o'clock to take a tour of it that we've already got established?
Not at 3 o'clock because I work, but I can meet you after.
Okay.
You're off on Fridays.
Yeah.
I can, we've already got it established, but we can certainly give you a summary, because somebody reached out to me with the same concern, and I told them that, let's go take a tour of it, take a look, and see what needs to be done. So we're going to do that tomorrow, so I can let you know after that meeting goes.
But is that in a statement of meaning like you're going to go look and see that there's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to be done, so it's not feasible to upfit it to put a medical program in there?
No, to go see what condition it's in, to see how much it would cost to get it to that point.
Yeah.
Because my thought was, even if a medical, because somebody said something about it wasn't feasible for a medical center or whatever they wanted to do, either way, the building should be fixed up.
Mm-hmm.
So any sort of programming that can be done, whether it's after school or
Right.
substance, whatever the issue is, the building's got to be fixed up. So I don't know why we wouldn't find the money and do that.
So just a
I
couple of points
appreciate
of
that.
clarification, because again, I do attend the meetings because the commission was set up to have ex officios. Ex officios, you're not there to oversee it, you're part of the discussion, and they need alderman input. They want to know, so that's why I attend every meeting. I've been doing that since the start. So point of clarification, if you had been to some of the meetings, go back to some of the other ones, you can, and talk to Ms. Cho, who is the chair of the Health and Wellness Committee, and she has worked extremely hard in trying to talk. She's partnered with Health Department, CCHC, Carolina East. She's worked with Margaret Shields, Mr. Ruggieri, in trying to bring programming and what she could do to the McCotter House. She is the one, and Mr. Reggie Jones, that broached the subject and said, look, we don't think we can get the money. We're just not doing anything quick enough. We don't think, the health department doesn't think they could get the money to make a satellite office there. They asked, Ms. Cho got some information where recreation centers across the country are now becoming health and wellness as well as recreation centers. So what she was asking for was consideration to see, since we are in the beginning stages of designing the Stanley White Recreation Center, could there be a room for health and wellness that might just include, diabetes check or blood pressure check, and then somebody would put a program to do walking or whatever it is they would need for that health issue. It was not to abandon the McCotter House, and I don't know where you got the 125. I've never heard that number. We've never been told that's what it's going to take to fix it up. And we don't own it anymore. Redevelopment Commission owns it now. So we have deeded that house to them in one of our previous meetings. But again, there's a committee of Mrs. Cho and Mr. Young who are commission members, and they have worked hour after hour, and I'm sure you've talked to her. They've put in a lot of time and effort in researching all of this and trying. The health and wellness of that community is paramount to them. They realize that you could care less if you've got housing or jobs or anything. If you're, the health and wellness and all of that is key to making a successful community. And we had the discussion just to say, hey, everybody, this is the thought out there. What do you think? It was never to abandon. And unfortunately, people got the wrong idea.
Well, when you watch it, that's how the community feels. Like Tabari said, it feels like a bait and switch.
Yeah, but it's not that somebody said this is the new program. It was to present it. And again, this came to us, or came to me, because I attend the meetings from Mrs. Cho and the group and Mr. Jones, saying, would this be a consideration? Talk to Foster, and if they're going to do something, now's the time. Again, nothing, we haven't had an architect
I just don't
start.
feel like we should compact the Stanley White building with all of this stuff and with mental health and wellness. We need more than just diabetes checkups.
I understand that, but the health department, the people who would do that aren't willing to have a satellite at this time.
But we have Mercy Clinic.
Understood.
Yeah,
but
that's another facility that would probably, go out and speak to them.
Right, but they're not going to move from where they're at.
You have a second location.
Yeah, understood, but again, that's there. I can't speak to it because I'm not on that committee.
No, I understand. I'm just going
don't
based
understand
off of the meeting, and I'm just saying that, let's try and fix it up and see what can be done so it's
But until we walk
in
through
that
that, we
area.
know exactly, and you have an idea what the programming is. But I agree, if we could take 100, 150,000, I would support that to at least get the windows fixed, get some light there. We don't even own the lot that's outside of it, so people can park their cars. So that's another hurdle. But again, we have put this in the lap of the Redevelopment Commission. That's why tonight we've taken the first step. We can get a director. That is something they have to concentrate on, not necessarily us.
Well, see, I got the same, when I watched that redevelopment meeting, I concluded the same, that the redevelopment commission was actually trying to get rid of not use the McCarter House as the health clinic, and was more so leaning towards putting that clinic in the Stanley White Rec Center, and that's what I got from it as well.
Well, either one of you, next time, just pick up the phone and call me. I could have clarified that. I mean, I'm happy to do that.
Well, I spoke to a few commissioners, so they were there, so I spoke to them. That's why I'm bringing it up, because they called me about it.
Now, to my knowledge, now, I talked with Mr. Reggie Jones as well, and he has Dr. Livingston and Dr. Fisher that's all eager to go with this, and they're working on trying to get grant money as well, so.
Well, Mr. Jones is the one that brought the
He said
proposal
as
to
an
change
option.
it. Yeah, as an option, and
option.
that's all we were talking about as an option.
Mhm.
There's no definitive movement to do that. But with that being said, we still need to fix up and repair, or the redevelopment commission should make steps to repair that building and get it in some kind of usable condition.
Yes, well,
Odom.
Alderman Odom, I would like to join y'all in that walkthrough or whatever you want with the McCarter House as well.
We'll meet here at 3 o'clock tomorrow.
No, well, I thought you was gonna,
That's all I
Alderman
have.
Harris wanted to be involved.
Yeah, do it at 3 and just give me the cliff notes so I know, because, fortunately, I have to work a 9 to 5 to provide,
okay.
so can't be there.
He said 3 to
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Alderman.
Thank you. Mr. Hughes, can you unfortunately, the last FEMA meeting we had, I had no sudden link, so I was not able to join.
It was short.
But could you give me an update on what's happening with the repointing project for this building?
We met with Oakley Collier, which is a consultant. They're actually the consultant that has done the project for the county. We met with them, got a proposal from them on them doing the scope of work for us, bidding the project out. So we're working through the process now with them. The goal is for them to bid that out, and let's get this project taken care of as soon as possible.
Great, thank you very much. And I want to say one thing further is that, I don't know, a week, 10 days ago, something like that, my wife and I were walking downtown Middle Street on a Friday or Saturday night, and that was absolutely the most enjoyable stroll I've ever taken. I mean, there's people down there, everybody's talking, there's people in the restaurants, I mean, some stores were open, and Sabrina, I'm sorry, that you just don't get a fair shake on that.
That's okay.
I really am. I'm sorry
handle myself.
that things are said and that it shouldn't be. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you're the reason why that downtown's like it is today.
Well, it takes a village. and
It
that's
does,
what
but it takes you spearheading things, and I appreciate it, and it's very nice downtown.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Alderman Astor, part of that is, when I first got on the board, they were talking about at Bern Plaza some air easements, and I was very concerned about that, and I just happened to see Greg Smith, Mitchell's Hardware, and I said, you know, Greg, I kind of knew this. What is your thought? I mean, this is new. We haven't done this. He said, well, what are you trying to do? Well, it's whether or not with this new building getting built, where we give them these balcony things. He said, well, if you put those in there, more traffic, more pedestrian traffic, people feel safer. People feel safer. People will clean up the back of their lots more. That'll encourage the city and the staff to go put more streetlights up. End result, more people, Derek, safer, right? You feel more comfortable, and I think that's a testament to Sabrina and Greg Smith and others like that have had the foresight to make those improvements to where you're seeing the end result. What else have you got?
That's it, sir.
Alderman Kinsey.
Nothing, sir.
Alderman Best.
Yes, I do, sir. First, the Black History Parade would be February 19th, which is next Saturday. Of course, everybody always knows Mr. Victor Taylor is always the one in charge of the Black History Parade. So please, if you're not doing anything, come out to the parade. It starts at 12 p.m. I also want to ask, as Mary was talking about trash all over the city, if when you went over to the Garden Street, you saw that trash over there?
Yes, ma'am.
So, you know, I'm asking, I don't know what procedures need to be done or if how we can do it for as Public Works is installing some trash receptacles over there on that street. Is that some monies that we can get from? Excuse me?
We installed them out in our community, and it don't work. They'll throw trash on the ground right there beside the trash bin.
Well, I'm asking for at least 2 or 3 and see if it's gonna work, and then if it works.
We'll make that motion.
If it works, then, you know, we might think about putting them in other areas. I know there's some areas over on the Sampson side, and I think starting there on
over there, and I put one on
Chapman Street and different areas. But the reason why there's so much trash going down Garden Street is because the stores there, and the kids go there, they buy stuff and they eat and they just throw it on the street. But if this is something that is this something I direct to Public Works about trash receptacles?
Just if the board would like to give us direction, we'll go from there.
Okay. Well, I'm asking the board that.
I think you should go ahead and look and see what kind of receptacles you can buy. If she's asking for a temporary look over there, at least by that, I agree, by the store, because the kids do. Maybe you could work with the store to put a little sign that says, please use the trash receptacle.
Something, yes.
You know, do something like that. I would be in agreement to that. I just don't know what the type and make, and I'm sure you're talking.
What about the same ones that's like right there at the end of Chapman Street?
Are those the ones that we have like downtown? Al probably doesn't know about them. I forgot which one.
It looks wooden, but it's actually painted, and they're inside of.
It's just like the ones out front here, right?
Yeah, I think they're the ones.
I can't remember.
Those are $1,000 a piece ones.
If it's like the ones outside, they end up being, after shipping, about $1,200.
For how
Trash
many?
can.
One.
One.
For one?
Yeah.
Oh.
We can look up temporary options and get something out.
Okay, I would appreciate it.
Let's, give us a report next meeting and how it went, if we need to do anything in further direction. I think we
Or
support
trash
you.
cans or
Well,
streetwise or?
I support you on getting some trash cans.
Okay.
It's amazing if you go out and walk these streets and pick litter up, what you'll find.
Yes.
That, is very alarming.
And I have to say, those two ladies that run the Chapman store, they would really be amenable to, talking to their children that's coming in and out that store, about not littering and, back me up with that because that was a concern as well with them. I think that was it. No, that's all I have, sir.
Alderman
Just one thing, Mayor. Street lights on Eden Street. I'm not sure whose ward that is. The one right next to Tryon Palace. It's like non-existent. I don't know whether there's lights there and the trees have grown over it, but that is like the darkest street. When we leave here and I go home, I'll look down there and it's pitch black.
And I don't know if Tryon Palace is in control, that all used to be state in that area, and that's all controlled by Tryon Palace, so I'm not sure about that, but there were lights that are in the parking lot there, those aren't on?
I can't speak to that. I just know when I look down that street, it's like pitch black. So, that can't be safe.
Charlie, take a look at that?
And there may be lights there, maybe, because there's a bunch of trees.
Charlie, do you know what street he's talking about? The side of Tryon Palace, Eden, it's between Pollock and the round, I guess, Malt Bellamy.
Can't visualize it, but I can certainly take a look at it and advise, if we have.
And
lighting
find
there
out
or not.
if it has anything to do with Tryon Palace, I'm just not sure.
Eden Street?
Yep. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, any other new business by the board? We went over quite a bit. Do we need a closed session tonight?
Yes, personnel.
Yes, Mayor. We'll need you in closed session for personnel matters, Petition 143, 1811A6.
Do you want to do that in here? You want to go in there? Do we have a motion second? That was your
Make a
motion.
motion to go into closed
Second.
session.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed, same motion carries. We're going to go into closed session.